Hello everyone, this is Termuse, and today I'm picking up where I left off in Doki Doki Club Meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. I already got people in chat. Welcome, Dev and Procube. Well, okay, Procube said you have to go, but thanks for stopping by. Have a good day, or good evening, I guess. Um, anyway, yeah, let's just pick up where I left off here. Just load the game, I guess, even though the episode 10 had a weird glitch where it kicked me out at the end of it. Yeah, episode 11 is where we're picking up from. Monica debuts her mod that ships everyone with everyone else. Yuri and Natsuki talk about staying true to yourself. And Sari makes some serious decisions. Okay, so the Yuri and Natsuki thing, I guess, I know Natsuki was having some deliberations about her interactions with her friend group, particularly because they were being hard on Yuri. So that comes to a head. That could be interesting. Yuri makes some serious decisions is kind of ominous, considering the last episode ended with her learning that it was possible to make a suicide program. Content warning for suicide, I guess. All right, let's get started. Away we go. And if Monica's shipping everyone with everyone else, then today's episode extra deserves the LGBT tag. Anyway, oh, hello. I didn't think you'd be here so soon after my little splash message. Little splash message? Not sure what she means by that. It's so good to see you. I'm about to leave for school. I was just thinking it had been a while since you had come over here to see me. Not that you have any control over it, of course. Oh, is this supposed to be like Monica's house? I was a little worried that maybe you wouldn't come back after last week, hearing my little escape program and all. Oh, really? You know, again, like these. I know this is no criticism. Like this is I think it's a good take on Monica's character, because yeah, like she has these weird hang-ups about I don't know, she has some weird notions about what the player's motivations are. She thinks that if someone is troubled, that's going to drive the player away. Anyway, moving on. Look, about that, you should know something about me. I hate death. Not like I'm afraid of it, though I don't really want to die, but I hate it as a concept. Do you remember when you first had to deal with death? Maybe the first pet or something? I remember my first pet dying. It was awful. I don't deal well with death. I resent it as a concept. It's terribly tragic to me that everything that lives has to die. In fact, everything has to die, even the things that don't live. Even the universe will die. Sorry, I know this is really angsty stuff, but it's important that you understand. I hate death. Okay, yes, you made that clear, Monica. Thank you. Sometimes I see all this death-positive culture stuff where people explain that death is a natural part of life and so on, and all the stories and movies where people say you can't have living without dying. So many of those. I've never agreed. Death is awful and we should get rid of it. Well, interesting take, Monica. If we could. Anyway, I hate death. I haven't had a pet since my first one because I don't want to deal with the dying part, and I'm a vegetarian because I kill the fewest things that way. Although I still have to kill plants, and even that I resent. That's just part of a really messed up universe where you have to eat other living things just to stay alive. So, knowing all that, hopefully you can understand just how bad things would have to get in order for me to contemplate suicide. And things really were that bad for a while. They were so bad that the mere idea that I might ever go back to feeling like that made me feel the need to ensure I always had a way out, even if that's death, which I hate so much. Even if just the death of maybe even if it's just the death of a bundle of data like myself. Even if it's just the death of a bundle of data like myself. Yeah. That typo got by you there, Dev. Man, so many typos. What no one else has ever noticed. Yeah. So you can understand that this is only something I would do if I were really desperate. And I'm not desperate anymore. Actually, I actually am starting to feel kind of okay with things. I mean, I'm still painfully aware that every day that I'm sitting in a visual novel, but I guess I'm learning to live with that. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that that program isn't anything I'm considering using. You give me more than enough reason to carry on. There is one thing that troubles me a little, though. You already mentioned that it was unfair that my program messed with their character files again. Yeah, that was the other thing. Yeah, like you used the word lobotomized, which, yeah, fair point. It's not just she didn't just want to kill herself. She wanted to alter everybody again along the way, which uh, makes it even more problematic. um, yeah. Oh yeah. Side note: that stuff about the being a vegetarian, so she doesn't have to kill as many things. I, I, I gotta say, I don't think I'd ever be vegetarian for a variety of reasons. Partly because I don't know. I feel like I would just waste away from not getting enough. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't get enough from eating like vegetables alone. You know, extremely difficult. Hey, BG Sweet, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Extremely difficult. Yeah. Um, and oh, shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and I was gonna comment on the fact that um, I not too long ago I had I think it was it onions or garlic? I think I don't know, one or the other. I think it was a bag of onions that were maybe it was the garlic. I just remember reflecting on it then. Um, they're in a sealed package in the refrigerator in the dark, and yet they're growing. And there's just something trippy about cutting into something that is still alive and growing. Just trying to survive against all odds, and I'm cutting into it to like at least when I'm cutting into a piece of meat, it's something that's already dead. um, and now fried in a pan. Yeah, exactly. Cook the life out of it. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna move on. Unfair that my program messed with their character files again, and I suppose that might be true. All it does is set it so they won't be sad or upset about me being gone. That way it wouldn't be painful for them. I mean, Monica, if that's how you rationalize it, why don't you do that to yourself and make it so you're not sad about being in the program? Like, oh, do you have a problem with that? Oh, hypocrisy much? Maybe. Maybe, consider that? Hmm. Anyway, I thought maybe that would be a kind thing to do if I ever did have to use that program. But now, after hearing Yuri talk about it, I'm beginning to have my doubts. And doubtless she'd freely admit the hypocrisy. Would she? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, she's shown a distinct lack of self-awareness about a number of things so far, which again is not a fault in the writing. I think it's kind of on brand for her, really. Yeah. Incidentally, just general disclaimer. Because I haven't said it lately. Anytime criticize the decisions of the characters, that doesn't mean I'm criticizing the writing or anything. I still think it's good writing. I think they're still behaving the way their characters would, including dumb decisions that come from being young emotional people who might not necessarily consider everything. Joker voice, it's still all part of the character arc. Yeah. Even if it were criticism of the writing, it's perfectly loud. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Oh, wait, hold on. But yes, they were written to be somewhat average teenagers dealing with this whole thing. Yeah, oh yeah. And I get that, and you do it well. Yeah, I try to have keep that aspect of it in my own writing too, for that matter. Anyway, but now after hearing Yuri talk about it, I'm beginning to have my doubts. What do you think? Oh, here we go. You shouldn't mess with their character files even to help them, or it seems right to reduce their suffering. I'm leaning towards you shouldn't mess with their character files even to help them. I mean, I don't think they would like that. I don't think they would want that. Frankly, I would expect that they feel like they've already been messed with enough. And besides, you explicitly agreed that you wouldn't mess with them again. You know? Like you would be breaking your clear, explicit promise to them if you did. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. Yeah, that seems right. No matter how noble it may seem to me, it's going to be a while before I feel okay with tampering with anyone's character file variables, for obvious reasons. I still don't even know enough to do it safely, I think. Although I'm pretty sure that the changes in the escape plan program are safe. But then again, maybe it would have knock-on effects I can't predict. Yeah, I mean, you're altering a pretty big thing, and then you theoretically won't be there to fix it if things go wrong. And they won't know what happened. So, yeah. So, yeah, Yuri's probably right. Anyway, on to happier things. Are you looking forward to club today? We're all a little stressed because finals are next week, but club should be a nice, fun stress reliever. Plus, I've written a pretty silly, fun mod that I think you'll enjoy. Thank you so much for continuing to come back to visit. It means a lot to me, and all the rest of us. I'm going to get going to school now, but I'm sure I'll see you before too long. Take care of yourself. And flash forward, they're in school, I guess. I'm glad you understand, Monica. Now, let's keep reviewing the plan. Alright, so, at this point, Sari will be coming out of her house. Yuri will make sure that she's late by keeping her texting on the phone. I don't know why you think I'll be any good at keeping her on the phone. Because you never text. She'll be astonished that you're being so talkative. And she will be compelled to respond. Just look on Yuri's face there. Now, this is the point where Monica will come in with the syrup. What is Natsuki's scheme here? What is she doing? What is she up to? The what? The syrup, Monica. We've been over this 1,000 times. Now, what you're going to do is... Wait, hold on a second. Monica reacting with surprise about the syrup implies that she doesn't know about it. So, like, what are they? What is going on here? Okay, moving on. And the bundle of balloons. That part is important because it has to float. Otherwise, MC will never see it. I'm not clear exactly on why he needs to see it. Because once he sees it, the overwhelming probability is that he will go towards it. Because all of that hanging from a bunch of balloons in midair is weird. And so he'll go over there and run accidentally into Sayori. Yes. Assuming you're able to keep her on the phone for long enough to get the timing right. Okay, this plan sounds like it has a lot of variables in it. Okay. Build your own noodle incident. Yeah. Leave it to me. That's what I like to hear. I still don't see how the syrup is relevant. For the 1,000th time after they run into each other, that's when you sneak up with the syrup. What? Spooky Waters, hey, welcome to the stream. By been over this 1,000 times, she meant she's been over it 1,000 times in her head. Yes, that makes sense. Headcanon accepted. Confirmed by word of God. Dev says exactly. Anyway, so all of that gets them back together as a couple. How exactly? Well, after everyone's had a hearty laugh, I'll say something like, well, after that, we should probably leave you two to yourselves. And then the inherent romantic attraction they share will kick in. They'll be powerless to resist it. What? But they already run into each other on a regular basis. How is anything that's happening here going to change anything? I mean, we're going to see how it plays out, but I don't see how Natsuki's plan makes sense. Okay, anyway. But none of that changes Sayori's existing relationship. Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't get rid of whatever drove Sayori to seek refuge in a relationship with Kenzo in the first place. Look, Monica, you're looking at it way too analytically. Like, yes, Sayori has this other relationship, she's probably in it for some weird Sayori reason, blah blah blah. But look, we're taking it as given that she and MC obviously love each other under all of this, and they would have shown each other that a long time ago, except for shyness and awkwardness. And now, the world has conspired to make their love difficult. So what we have to do is engineer a situation that gets them into close contact, and provides them with a little push towards intimacy due to a shared, unusual situation. Look, you clearly don't understand the plan well enough yet. Yeah, sure. Granted. I'm unable to see Natsuki's brilliance. And then their own feelings will take care of the rest. Sorry, what's this weird expression change here? I cannot be the only person who thinks this is ridiculous. People don't make important decisions based on random spur-of-the-moment impulses, which involve balloons and syrup. And toast. And toast. Yes. Natsuki, she obviously made the decisions she has for some reason, and without solving whatever that problem is, you're not going to get her together with MC. Honestly, I'm not sure either of them even wants you to. Of course they do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Natsuki. I keep saying you shouldn't meddle. Okay. Alright, moving on. The only reason this will work is that they are desperately in love with each other. They just need an excuse for it to come out. And I will give them that excuse. I don't know. It sounds awfully speculative to me. Yuri, back me up on this. Yuri's been just quietly smiling along here this whole time. Well, I can't say that I think Natsuki's weirdly specific plan is the best way to go about it, but I think that in general she has the right idea. I'm not looking surprised. I really do think they love each other and have only concealed it due to unfortunate circumstance. And given the right provocation, they might be induced to tell each other the truth. I don't think that Sayori really cares much for Kenzo, even though he's a nice boy. And honestly, he looks really weirdly like MC, which is telling. I know, right? So, while I think the details of Natsuki's plan maybe need some work, in general I think she has the right idea. Yeah, I'm not convinced. Kenzuri endgame? Ha 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 ha, true ending. Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. If we're going to try and get them together, we should try to get them to overcome that inertia they have towards the subject. Maybe we can refine the plan after we study for finals at Monika's house today. Oh wait, oh really? Oh, we're doing a bit of world establishing stuff here. We're going to see Monika's house now. I mean, like the inside of it, maybe. Sleepover? We're still doing that, right? Yep, as far as I'm concerned. Oh man, I managed to forget about finals for a while. Then you guys had to go and remind me of it. If you studied more, you wouldn't have to worry so much about finals, which is why we're making you come with us today. I promise we can talk about your zany scheme afterwards, but we need to actually do studying also. And that's right. With all of us working together, we can get a lot done. And we're actually going to study this time, Monica, for longer than 30 minutes. What are these angry eyebrows all of a sudden? This look from Natsuki. I still remember what happened last time we tried to study together. What? What happened the last time you guys tried to study together? Wait, what? Is this another noodle incident? Oh, after like half an hour, Monica started distracting me with fiction books and a video game. Wait, really? It's Monica's sweat drop here looking here for. I ended up getting through like one math chapter, and then I woke up sleeping on Monica's floor. Yep, I even got a picture of you sleeping. It's pretty cute. Want to see? Oh, is this the Satchley's art that got posted? Hmm. Ken and Satchley art. Yeah, there you go. That one where with the sleepover where Yuri's fallen asleep with the book that says easily disturbed on it. Anyway. No, I'd rather you delete it. Oh, fair enough. I'll get rid of it right now. Wait, I'm curious. Let me see first. Here you go. Monica shows Natsuki the picture. You're right. That's totally adorable. And don't worry, Yuri. We'll actually study this time. Or at least we will for significantly longer than last time. After all, we've got to hammer out Natsuki's completely insane plan that will never work. It will work. It will work. Monica's sweat drop never went away. I have a feeling that was unintentional. Easily disturbed. Ominous? Re moment? Oh hey, yeah. I remember Re. I hate finals, I'm so nervous. I think I'm okay on calculus, but history always messes me up. I have such a hard time keeping dates straight, you know? Have you guys been studying a lot? Yeah. I've been hitting the books pretty hard. Try not to overdo it and to make sure I stay sane and take breaks, but I've got a lot of anxiety about my grades, so fear and panic have been really good at getting me to study hard. I hear that. What about you, Sayori? I haven't been studying at all. Wow, Sayori, that's living dangerously even by your standards. Yeah, well, it just doesn't seem like that big a deal anymore, you know? Finals are super important, Sayori. They determine your grades, which can determine your college and your job. Yeah. When she says it doesn't matter anymore, is that like because the game just repeats the year over and over again, and they're stuck permanently in their last year, and or is that like ominously hinting at her suicidal intentions? The people demand more Re. There are a few reasons it might not matter to Sayori. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah. Well, it's like your whole future on a piece of paper. I try not to worry so much about my future these days. It freaks me out. Plus, I figure I'm not really smart enough to benefit from studying. Either I know a thing from class or I don't. And if I don't, no amount of trying to figure it out on my own usually helps. Gosh, I wish I was brave as you, Sayori. Brave, that's one way to put it. I'm too scared not to study. It's not really bravery. I just kind of don't care anymore, I guess. You should still care about your grades, Sayori. You never know when they'll really matter, you know? No, it's not that. It's just, even ignoring that, it's sometimes hard for me to stay focused on anything that's not in the immediate present, you know? I kind of lost what you guys are talking about. Oh, don't worry about it. Kind of an inside joke, I guess. Sayori didn't seem to think it was very funny. So, how are things going with you, Ree? How's Pete? Oh, he's great. He's still learning going to the bathroom inside, but he's so lovely. Lovey? Is that supposed to say lovely? I'm presuming Pete is probably a dog. Anyway. Pete is Ree's new dog. Yep, I called it. I gathered. Well, I should probably get going. I definitely need more caffeine before the next period starts. Good luck on finals if I don't see you before then, guys. And MC, you better make Sayori study. I will. Bye, Ree. Ree leaves Sayori and MC alone in the classroom. We should probably be more careful about implied references to our situation. Yeah. Were you serious about making me study? Kind of. A little bit. You really should study, you know. Things do seem to carry forward in a weird way, even if we repeat the school year over and over again. Yeah, I know. But recently I don't have the energy, and it doesn't seem to me like I need to spend the energy on that, I guess. Well, I'll be keeping an eye on you. If you ever do get the energy to study, let me know, okay? I'm happy to help if you want. Oh, don't worry about me. I don't even care what happens on my finals. You know, Sayori, she just keeps doing that. She keeps like she knows that MC is like super anxious about her feeling suicidal and so on. So all these talks about the future doesn't matter, are like that's really pushing MC's anxiety buttons. Like why are you doing this, Sayori? Ah well, anyway. It's you I'm worried about. You need to take good care of yourself. Hey, I'm not the one who's skipping studying. I didn't just mean with studying. I meant in general, in your life. Oh, she's trying to... still trying to set him up with any other girls again. Hey, greetings and salutations. Welcome to the stream, Jolly Dev. How's it going? Don't work yourself too hard or get too fearful or upset about any one given thing, like finals. It's not healthy. Yeah, right, sure, Siri, the pillar of mental health, the spokesperson for mental health, and knowing what are the healthiest habits. Well, all right, let's see where this goes. I won't. Good. I'll catch up with you later. I need to go talk to Kenzo for a bit. Huh. And Siri went off the slide properly. We're talking about people winking out of existence for. Anyway. So, have you given any more thought to what I said? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this conversation might be might be an incoming train wreck here. Because, yeah, last time they spoke, she talked about feeling suicidal and needing his support, and he kind of freaked out a bit and ran away. So they call me mentally stable, Yuri? Yeah. About, me having depression? Did they not talk for a week? Yeah, good question. This is supposed to be a week later, right? I have. Like I said before, it's kind of a lot to drop on the guy, so I'm still kind of reflecting on it, you know? I really still don't know how to respond much, I guess. Maybe I can think about it some more and we can talk about it when I come over today? Sure, that sounds good. Sorry if I weirded you out, it was just something that needed to be said. They did, but not about that topic, yeah, exactly. That's what I would have figured. Oh, for sure. Just, I'm not sure what to say. Never been in a situation like this. I gotta run. I'll see you after you've done with your club, okay? Okay. Translation, I am weirded out and I have no idea what to do with the information you gave me. But at the same time, what should I expect? It's not like you picked him for his deep emotional intelligence or anything. Well, I guess it doesn't matter that much. I'll just see him after school and whatever happens, happens. Man, I feel so weirdly free. I feel so weirdly free. Like, that comment after all that stuff about, the future doesn't matter and what's this ... It's from Rain Clouds. How dare you, Sayori? Alright, let's see where this goes. My depression hasn't been bothering me at all. Wish I could feel like this every day. I guess I should just enjoy it while I still can? Sayori, what's going on? Huh. New Natsuki outfit? Okay. Natsuki is practicing basketball free throws over and over again. She misses a lot. You sure do work a lot on sports. Maybe I do. Why? I guess that's my question. Sorry, is this... At what point is this happening? Is this in between classes, or... Okay, anyway. Why? Well, before I answer that, tell me something. You never come into the gym unless the school makes you. Why did you suddenly just appear behind me to ask me this? Well, to be perfectly honest, I've been noticing that you're in here a lot more. and I guess I was curious as to why. Although, I have my theories. Well, your theories are probably right. Yes, I have been smoking less, and that leaves me feeling really agitated and needing to do something to get my mind off of it. So I come here and shoot hoops or jump rope to get the energy out. Well, that's very responsible of you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's as far as coping mechanisms go. Like, I think it's safe to say that exercise is a better coping mechanism than smoking. How about that? Yeah. There's another reason, though. What's that? Well, people are always judging me by how I look, being short and stuff. she just perfectly reversed back again. Like, right hand on hip. No, left hand on hip. No, right hand on hip. You know that when I say things like that, I'm only teasing, right? Yep. That's why you're still alive. Just feeling anxious moving your hands a lot? Sure. But anyway, it means something to me to be able to prove these people wrong. I think a girl like me shouldn't be able to play basketball or be any good at athletics generally. So it's impossible to me that I'll be able to blow up their expectations of me, you know? Natsuki continuing the tradition of the normal visual novel dance. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun, except I kind of do. Yeah, I think I get it. You know, Natsuki, it seems to me that you want very much to be free of what other people think and expect of you. Making fun is lovingly accepted. Okay, that's good. You want to have the power to be your own person and define yourself. And that's very noble. But I wonder, you spend so much time trying to defeat other people's expectations. Doesn't that kind of shackle you to them? Sometimes I worry you get so caught up in defying other people's image of you, they become enslaved to those images, even though you're trying to destroy them. You spend so much time here working on athletics to prove those people wrong, but what if they didn't perceive you that way in the first place? What would you do if you didn't have those people to worry about at all? Who would you want to be if you were the only one whose expectations mattered? Ooh, Yuri asking the big questions. Yuri spitting facts. Yeah, exactly. You should try Ballin, considering how quick and smooth she is with those hands. Yeah. Normally, I guess you'd expect me to argue with you here, but you're sort of right. I've actually thought about this a lot myself, and I do kind of end up defining myself by what other people think, even if it's trying to negate what other people think. I guess in a way that is kind of a different way of defining yourself by other people's opinions. But after I thought about it a while, I realized I think that who I am deep down is someone who defines herself by proving other people wrong about her. I guess I'm not sure what I'd do without that tension. Yeah, I mean, insert philosophy about how we define ourselves by our relationships to other people. You'll never be ballin'? Aw. Anyway, I guess I'm not sure what to do about that without that tension. But showing people up for assuming shit about me is the authentic Natsuki. That's good to know. I'm glad you thought about stuff like this. With all the business of you dealing with those other popular girls, I was worried you might be losing yourself a little. Yeah. For a while I was worried I was losing myself a little too, but I think I understand myself a little better now. That makes me glad. Well, I better get out of here before someone notices. Before someone notices? Notices what? Can't ruin my image in other people's minds of being a bookish shut-in, after all. Bye, Yuri. That's kind of funny. It's precedent again, because of Yuri's line in DDLC Plus where she says, I'm not a total shut-in, you know. Anyway. Bye, Yuri. Natsuki dribbles the ball a couple of times and shoots again. And this time it goes in. Woo, yay Natsuki. It was weird how the story pivoted to Natsuki challenging Yuri to a space jam after this episode. Yeah. Natsuki, come on and slam. Yeah, I haven't actually watched Space Jam. I feel like welcome to the jam. Lucas here. Hey, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I feel like I should watch that movie. I don't know. Somehow it got by me. Anyway, and so I've always hated class projects that have nothing to do with the subject. Ugh, I know what you mean. In chemistry, we had to do the stupidest thing a few weeks ago. Yeah. So we were learning about moles and Avogadro's number. Hey, I remember those lessons. Thought it worked really well. Space Jam is one of my favorites as a kid. Oh yeah. Probably only because of I was a weird kid. Well, I mean, I hear that's a popular reaction to her in some circles. No judgment or anything. Space Jam is fine. But was Lola fine? All right, no, okay, moving on. Something about moles and Avogadro's number. 6.023 times 10 to the 23rd, if I recall correctly. I want to make sure I got that right. Avogadro's number. 6.0. Oh, okay, 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd. Okay, well, I was off by, you know, I was close. I was in the right ballpark. My recollection is it's uh, the number of atoms in a mole of material, and a mole being Wait, what? The teacher had us either draw moles like the animal or make little stuffed moles and bring them in? What? No, that's not what the word mole means in this context. No, that's the wrong kind of mole. Um, it's like mole spelt. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, anyway, moving on. This wasn't even an extra credit project or anything. This is a normal graded part of the class. That does sound messed up, actually. Is that like autobiographical? Did you or someone like have a science teacher that? Holy crap! Oh, that is unfortunate. I'm sorry. That is completely ridiculous. Yeah, that's just bizarre. That's completely missing the point of what the lesson is about. I think I've forgotten junior year chemistry teacher. Include you in a mod XX years later to mock this project. Was it Ida? Yeah, but no, like seriously, in chemistry terms, a mole. It's been a long time since chemistry class for me, but it's an amount of a given material. It's Avogadro's number 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd, which is a very big number. Basically, it's like basically imagine six with 23 zeros behind it, or I guess going this way from your perspective. Um, like it's a very very large number. You need to have lots of atoms in a thing to make up a mole worth of that material. Um, and it's yeah, I couldn't say what was the significance of that number, like why that number was important for calculations in chemistry. 1 gram of matter contains atoms of. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, because that's yeah, one gram of like yeah protons and electrons contains a mole of that thing. There's 1 gram of number of AMUs, so you use it to scale between AMUs and grams. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Dev in chat with chemistry facts. Yeah, basically you need a lot of molecules to make up a gram. Like, a ridiculously huge number. Because, atoms and molecules are tiny. I say molecules, I mean, I guess like the 1 mole of material is going to be different for each substance. Um, it's gonna, I mean, it's gonna be like my recollection is um, like a mole of hydrogen would be 1 gram, but a mole of like helium would be 2 grams because because it corresponds to what number on the periodic table. Shoot, I should have been wearing my periodic table shirt today. I wore I wore my periodic table the elements shirt yesterday during yesterday's stream. Where's in the laundry pile here? Here you go. I should have been wearing this one today. um, it's a very old shirt. It's got a big hole in it. I can't wear it out, but it's fun to wear sometimes anyway. It has me wishing there was a Dr. Stone game now. Dr. Stone? I'm not familiar with that. What's that about? Anyway, uh, definitionally 1 mole of anything will have Avo's number of atoms in it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Dr. Stone equals scientists isekai into a primitive society and introduce advanced tech. Okay. Okay. We need to get these people making ramen, etc. Pretty good. Okay. Okay. Not really isekai, but distant future. Okay, fair enough. So, but anime basically is what I'm getting from this. Anyway, moving right along. I'm sorry, but that's completely ridiculous. I know, right? Sari, what did you think of all that? You might have enjoyed the craftsy part of the class, I imagine. Sari? Huh? What? She was asking what you thought of us having to make moles in chemistry. Oh, that. Well, it was pretty okay, I guess. I wasn't very good at it. It was a nice change of pace. I'll be right back, you guys. I need to go splash some water on my face or something. Well, that's kind of concerning. I'm implying that she was falling asleep. An anime, yes. Yeah, good. It's good anime? Cool, cool. Dr. Stone, hey, we can add that to the list. Dr. Stone. There. Well, that's kind of concerning. Is she alright? Sort of. She's mostly fine, but she's clearly very sleep deprived. Her eyes are a little red. She's in a really floaty, distractible state of mind. Kind of looks like she has one of those behind-the-eyes headaches, too, the kind you get when you don't sleep enough. She gets those sometimes when she's like this. Gosh, I hope her insomnia doesn't have any long-term health effects. Well, usually it only gets really bad when her depression gets bad. Again, this is one of those things I wonder about in this game, in this world. Long-term health effects. We've already demonstrated you can bring each other back from death. I mean, canon for Club Meetings mod is like everyone's died at least a couple times so far. Heard the name Dr. Stone before, but I assumed it was like a JoJo character or something. I don't know much about anime. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, moving on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Never cared much for JoJo. The fans were pretty annoying for the longest time. Yeah, I get that. All the JoJo references are everywhere. So, yeah. She's all sleepless zombie Sari now. It means she's been having a hard time with her depression the last few nights. Then she'll feel worse because she doesn't have enough sleep. Then at least she starts to feel so tired that she ends up sleeping in one day for like 12 hours, at which point she wakes up refreshed with a disturbingly high amount of cheerful energy. At least for a little while. Using Ronnie James Dio songs and bruh. For the longest time, is that a DDLC fanfic reference? Just kidding. Yeah. How terrible. Is there anything we can do you think? Full body dip there. I don't think so. If I knew, I'd be doing it already. Well, at least she has a friend who knows her really well. It's impressive how well you know her thinking. Yeah. I just wish... Just wish ... fade to black. I just wish there were more I could do to help her with it. Was that, okay. That last line, it was still in quotes, so he said it out loud. It's not like it was something he said in his head. DDLC X Breaking Bad featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series? Something most ambitious crossover. Yeah. Ah, hello again. I was just getting set up for club. I'm getting a little wistful about it, actually. Today is our second to last meeting before summer vacation. I'm going to miss the club over the summer, I think. And you. But I'll be looking forward to seeing you when we come back to school, too. Anyway, today's the day we're going to play my mod. I'm pretty excited. I'm a little nervous about it, too. The mod is a little silly. It's about a bunch of ship pairings in the club. I guess that what makes me nervous is that I wouldn't normally make something so shallow, I guess is the word. Is it shallow? What? I mean, shallow wouldn't be the first word that comes to mind. I mean, I hear shallow, I think of someone who is only interested in superficial characteristics. As you just referenced Devil May Cry today and the bit of Season 3 compilation emails already. She is the storm that is approaching. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with Devil May Cry to get that reference, but I can imagine. I can infer from context. Anyway, but I think it's the kind of thing that might be fun for a lot of people. So I thought maybe it was worth trying something like this once, rather than my usual existential crisis art. Anyway, hopefully you'll enjoy it, and don't judge me too harshly for how silly the content is. Monica apologizing in advance for all the I'm already wondering, like, how did people react to this? I mean, considering how aggressive the reactions were to GGLC, I kind of wonder how they would have taken something like this in a mod. It's actually one of the most popular bits of Season 1. There we go. Cool. That's cool. Huh, yeah. Ah, I made it just in time for the ships. Codair, welcome to the stream. Yeah. But then I can't hear the haters. Yeah. Literally genetically incapable of listening to them. Haha, yeah. I think it says it's hidden 11 months deep. Yeah. I think the fact that it's 11 episodes deep probably contributes to it. Whereas when I made GGLC, I was kind of deliberately in people's faces. I made a deliberately garish choice for the logo. I wanted it to be eye-catching. You know, I wanted it to be flamboyant and flashy, and you know, just in keeping with the general spirit of Pride Month. At least that's how it worked in my head. I wasn't expecting the degree of negative response it got. Oh well. Next time I'll name it Doki Doki Ships That Are Gay and Girls Kiss in Them Club. Yeah, there you go. So you know, like, you could really stand to improve the title screen and add some custom character sprites. Sorry. Inside joke. Somebody, for anyone watching who doesn't get that, over in my server, someone randomly joined today to harshly criticize GGLC, and they had very obviously not played it. Yeah, that dude, exactly. And I pressed them for more constructive criticism. That was the only thing they could come up with was change the cover art and come up with new sprites, because all they knew about it was surface level details, because they anyway, I'm sorry. Yeah, the Andy Taint guy, that guy, yeah. Um, like I was willing to tolerate that the guy's antics at first. Like I was like, whatever. Uh, let him rant a bit, and I'll give my own response. I mean, if he's approaching it in the guise of, oh yeah, well explain it to me. I don't mind. I don't mind talking about LGBT issues. Like obviously, in case it wasn't obvious from the all the tangents I keep going on during these streams. Um, but like he's going off on the level of you need to justify the existence of the LGBT community, and I'm like, you're an idiot, dude. Just go away. You go banned now. Like gay people exist, lesbians exist, bisexual people exist, transgender people exist. They exist. Like they don't have to justify their existence. They exist. Period. Learn to live and let live. Like the world's a big place. There's enough happiness for everyone. Just let people do their own thing. Who cares? Like it's just he's just giving people a hard time for no reason. It's like he's just trolling. It's like at the end of the day, like he's just trying to give people a hard time, and thank God I was worried that joke was going to torpedo the vibe. Lol. Oh, it's fine. I'm able to laugh it off. I mean, I'd like to think the comments that I made on the GGLC post show that I'm able to laugh it off. It's silly how angry and upset people get about the existence of LGBT people. Like, chill, guys. Just like just do your own thing. Let the other people do their own thing. It's just, I don't know. Homophobia is dumb. I guess is what I'm saying. That's the lesson today. Long time about Doki Muck entered his prison time club. Ha. You know how he felt about Doki Doki John Madden Club? Then did it add a John Madden sprite and the Monday Night Football theme? Heh. Explain it to me. Explains it. Hey, you hear about Minecraft? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that was the other thing. Yeah, like he kept moving the goalposts. Like, okay, I answered the question you asked, and then he's just gonna move the goals of the discussion and say, yeah, we'll explain this. We'll explain this. It's he's trying to organize the discussion so that he does the minimum amount of work possible while forcing everyone to work to justify or rationalize or explain whatever. Because that's the thing. There's there's a name for it. I can't remember it off the top of my head. There's the something principle or something law that states that like it takes 10 times as much effort to refute bullshit as it does to create bullshit. Like someone can just lie. They can just say something really stupid, and trying to explain why that's not the case takes 10 times more effort than it does to just state the lie in the first place. And he's just trolling, whereas I am not trolling. I am Boxy. You see, that's going back. Okay, people exist? Gasp, I saw what you did there. You can never win with people like this. It's not worth time. Yeah, that's ultimately, that's why I just kicked him out. Because it's like, it's just a waste of time. Like, he was amusing briefly, but it's like, sea lioning, yeah. That's another term I picked up not too long ago. Based on that one cartoon, that one comic about the sea lion repeatedly demanding someone explain themselves. Yeah, there's Wikipedia says Brandolini's law, also known as the bullshit asymmetry principle. There you go, Brandolini. That was the one. Yeah, there's actually, oh shoot, I'm not going to look it up right now. There was a funny comic I saw that was alongside the same lines where there's a comic of it was using stick figures. There's like a guy with or a person, a gender non-specific individual with a trans flag on their shirt, just happily walking by, and some random dude comes up and says, "Hey, explain your identity, or explain or justify your existence to me, or justify why you can be happy." And then the transgender stick figure person goes, "No, thank you," and shoots lasers out of his eyes and like blows his head off, and then it resumes running by happily again. I'm not doing it justice, but I'll explain. I'll have to post it in the server later. I have to go find the comic again. It's just, again, like that sort of discourse is kind of just designed to waste people's time. Is what I'm getting at here. It's like having to justify your own existence. It's obnoxious that like homophobes or bigots or whatever term you want to use for them try to force people to do that. Anyway, let's move right along here. And don't judge me too harshly for how silly the content is. Hi Monica. Hi Sayori. You seem a lot more with it now. Yeah, I had some food. Gave me back plenty of energy for club. That's great to see. I think I hear someone else coming. Oh, everyone's here. Well, I guess everyone else is coming. Monica, the snack bowl is empty. Oh, so it is. I'll go take care of that. So how's Monica's mod? Who coded this one? Miss Sayori and I did. It's interesting. What are these expressions? Focus area? Yeah. In a good way. It's a little embarrassing. It's weird to think of the club as romantic partners rather than as friends. Is that so, Sayori? Is that so, Sayori? After all the little games of matchmaker you're trying to pull? Mostly. But I mostly just did the plain old dialogue and stuff. Yuri and Monica did all the hard parts. What qualifies as a hard part? Well, the menu system was me. Sayori doesn't like those. Those are super hard. I don't know how you guys ever manage those. They're not that hard, It's just a series of logic conditionals. Yes, exactly. Logic conditionals. So, yeah, Sayori doesn't like to do anything that requires formal logic. She just likes to write dialogue and pose characters, that kind of thing. Which is odd, since she doesn't have a problem with logic stuff when she's using the club president powers. I mean, I got the impression that the president powers sort of involve just kind of willing things into existence, though. I don't know how much actual coding they have to do. Root Scalamander, hey, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? I'm playing Doki Doki Club Meetings, the mod for Doki Doki Literature Club, and you got here just in time for apparently we're about to watch a story within a story thing where someone was shipping all the characters together. So we're gonna see how that goes. Huh? You're right. I don't. I never thought about that before. And I'm back. Snack bowl full. I'm sorry to interrupt, Sayori. What hadn't you thought about? Well, I'm terrible at doing logical conditionals. Sayori looks at Yuri, who nods at her. When I'm coding, it's really hard. But when I'm the club president or doing code stuff here in our actual world, I don't have any problem with that. Ah, yeah, I know what you mean. It just feels kind of natural when you're doing something code related directly in here. Yeah, exactly. It's just natural. Like breathing. Right. You don't need to know anything or have any special skill to breathe, it just happens. But if you try to design a machine that will breathe for someone, you have to be really smart and know a lot of stuff. That's the difference between trying to do direct code interaction and trying to actually write code. Yeah. It's the same reason that designing AI, which can like do art and stuff like that, is really difficult and complicated, and why a lot of art stuff comes out looking really weird. Things that you know intuitively, like, okay, that's how it should look. Trying to code that in and point by point have the machine understand it is a whole other thing. Or law, teehee? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, before I bore everyone to death, why don't we get started on my mod? It's a little long, so I've allocated a lot of time for us to get through it. Don't forget, we can't talk while it's playing or we'll confuse the game. Also, this one requires a little bit of player interaction, which I'll handle. Alright, here we go. Okay, here we are. Doki Doki Ship Club by Monica. Eureka Mcuyuki Sayonica Monmimsi Sayuri Natsuri. Oh, okay. Hello everyone, Monica here. I've just finished a little DDLC mod here for you. In it, you get to see some alternate universes where various club members ended up in relationships with each other. No matter how implausible some of them may seem. Let's head on in to the club room and I'll get you started. You don't need lawyers anymore, we have ChatGPT. Yeah. Oh, okay. Just pick one of us to see all the possible ships for that character, or hit exit to quit. Huh, okay. Well, this seems like it's worth saving. Shall we just go through these in order? Maybe we should... In it, British Monica. Wait, what? Sorry, did you say in it somewhere? Maybe I missed it. Yeah, anyway. In it you get to? Oh, no. Okay, it's 2 words. Anyway, I mean, we can start from Monica and work way down, but then we finish with the MC ships. Those are the boring ones. You just sound like it out loud? Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, MC is more of a real character in this mod. I mean, base game, he's not a real character. So you gotta do the MC ones first? Yeah. Get the heterosexuality out of the way? Okay, let's go for it. Which MC pairing do you want to see? Well, I don't really want to see any of them, do I? Sorry. Let's start with MC Sayuri. Why not? Let's just go through these top to bottom, I guess. So you want to see Sayuri and MC together? Yeah, you and everyone else in the club. In a way, this one's both very easy to think about and very hard. It's easy because these two have already practically been together forever, but at the same time, it's hard to imagine them overcoming that last hurdle and becoming a couple. Well, we can at least speculate about what it would be like. And let's do that now. There is no back button. Yeah, so it seems. I noticed that. You don't belong in. You belong here in this month. Well, we're going to go through all of them. Sorry, I'm late. Everything okay, Sayuri? You're not usually late. Oh, really? Okay, alternate universe rules here. Any more? Yeah, I'm fine. Just couldn't find my jacket. I hung it up for you in your closet the last time I was over there. Yeah, that's why I couldn't find it. I searched all the chairs, but not in the closet until I remembered. Silly cinnamon bun. MC playfully scruffs Sayuri's hair. Hee. Come on, let's get going. Okay. Did you disable page up? Page up? Does the page up button do something? I don't know. I've never tried pushing it. Now I'm afraid to push it. Page up doesn't seem to do anything. Anyway, moving on. And so next week we're going to take a trip to that big science museum. Page up usually goes. It goes back in Renpai games. Oh, okay. I believe that feature is disabled in DDLC by default. So it gets put back if the modder puts it back in. You disable Alt F4. Do not press joke. Yeah, I know. It is disabled in club meetings. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Next week, we're going to take a trip to that big science museum. Oh, that museum is a little far from here, isn't it? Are you going to borrow Monica's car? No, we're going to take the train. Oh my, how romantic. Two young lovers, packed closely into a small train cabin, gazing wistfully out the window as the emerald landscape drifts by. Well, it's only like a 50-minute train ride. Emerald landscape, you can tell that Monica wrote this. If I recall correctly, DDLC is made in Renpai. Yeah, it's DDLC is made it was made in an earlier version of Renpai. Well, I mean, although the rollback feature was there too. Dan Salvato, the developer of DDLC, disabled rollback for what I think are pretty obvious reasons when you consider all the Act 2 shenanigans that go on. I think they wouldn't have played well. They wouldn't have played nicely with the rollback feature. So yeah, but yeah, rollback, being able to roll back to previous lines is a base feature of Renpai. Oh, hello. First time chatter, Jonathan DDLC. Which mod is it? This is Doki Doki Club Meetings. That's the title of the mod. It's a mod that was released episodically. It's very long now. There are 36 episodes. We're in episode 11 here. So we've been at it for a while, and there's still a lot more to go. DLC really does not want you to be able to undo. Yeah, exactly. I know about page up. I knew about the mouse wheel. Yeah, same. I didn't know page up was a thing. Imagine if he had coded it into account for it. That could have been interesting. Could have been a nice little Easter egg. Oh well. Monica, haha, nice try. Exactly. There's a thing in Nico Para, which is a super old game. Yeah, exactly. I made the comment this is an old version of Renpai, but yeah, I don't think the age of Renpai was the factor. It's just the fact that Dan didn't want people to be able to roll back because it probably would have messed with his coding stuff that he programmed in there. Anyway, moving on. Well then, I suggest you use the time well. Will I see you two on the walk home today? Yeah, I'm going over to MC's house after school. Goodness, you two really are inseparable these days. Yeah, we have a lot of lost time to make up for. Later, after school. And then we got like 50 pages of history homework to read. Wait, did we skip over the museum trip then? Oh, it's next week they're going on that trip. Okay. Anyway, it's gonna take forever. Sorry, what was that line say again? 50 pages of history homework. Okay, sorry. It's gonna take forever. Well, if you need to go home and get work done, feel free. Are you sure? Yeah, I really try not to worry about you being on your own as much anymore. That's not what I meant, Doofus. I mean, wouldn't you rather I stayed here and did my homework up in your room? Oh, yeah, of course. I just don't want you to be distracted. Oh, if you don't want to. I think I do want to. Seductive look. The horizontal line? Hate it so much. Sorry, wait, what? Oh, and the previous sprite? Wait until MC changes poses again. Is there hiss? Oh, horizontal. Oh, this. Oh, yeah. This is something I discovered when I was coding Storm. Actually, this sprite is misaligned by default. I had to adjust it manually when I made Storm and put MC in the casual outfit. Yeah, you can see like the line of his collar, it's shifted. Like it's whole. There's actually a vertical line here where everything is shifted down by 1 pixel, and like yeah, that pixel is the gap you're seeing right through his neck there. But yeah, right down to his crotch here, you can see it's off by a pixel there, all the way down. It's most noticeable at his collar right here. Oh well. Yeah, it could be fixed in 2 seconds in a point program. Yeah, I know, but I never got around to it. Need to do that so I can use the other MC casual poses. Yeah. Good to know if I ever use this MC sprite in anything I make. I won't. May bug you for the fixed version at some point. Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind. I'll remind me to after the stream. I'll send you my my fixed versions for sure. Anyway, moving on. Siri wants to be distracted by MC. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, etc. Oh, and followed by a fade to black. Ooh. Something spicy is happening now. MC's getting fixed, yeah, right. The way I see it, everything else is just a distraction from you. The end. Oh, okay. There you go. All right, let's make our way through the rest of these MC ships. So that was MC Sayuri. Let's go for MC Yuri. This pod remains firmly SFW and family focused. There you go. Yeah, this is a Christian Minecraft server. I mean DDLC mod or something. Super wholesome. Oh, MC and Yuri. I guess that could work out. I wonder if MC isn't a little bit too different from Yuri, but he can be very soft and caring, and I think it's very appealing to her. So, who knows? Let's see what it would be like in a world where they got together. Yuri and MC are shopping at a farmer's market. Oh, look at all the green onions. She takes a bundle of them and smells them. Ah, I love these. You know, it's weird. Not long ago I really hated onions of all kinds, but now I'm kind of into them. I'm glad I've helped make your palate more sophisticated. Yeah, you know, relatable, actually. I don't particularly care for onions myself, but some years back I had a girlfriend who encouraged me to include them in my cooking, and I do find they you know, bring out certain flavors well, and also they're just generally healthy, you know. Onions are truly awesome. Cool. Yeah. One of my favorite ingredients? Okay. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I mean, I still use it somewhat sparingly, but, you know. Anyway, moving on. Could make your palate more sophisticated. Yeah. Red onions are my favorite, though. Ooh, so strong. I can only manage raw red onions very occasionally. You know, I'm really proud of you, Yuri. Why is that? Till recently, being out in public together like this would have freaked you out pretty badly. But now we go out all the time and you're totally okay with it. I'm glad. Yes, well, it helps that you're always with me. Anyway, do you want to do some green onions chopped over the steak? Or we could put them into the salad. Why not both? And get another bundle just for us to use whenever. Yeah, seeing some focus change fails here. Oh well. Ooh, I like the way you think. Is there anything you need here for the dessert? Just some berries, I think. Is everything okay? Yeah, just don't hate me if the dessert doesn't turn out great, alright? I still don't have a lot of practice baking, and Natsuki just basically gave me this recipe to steal. I'm sure it'll turn out fine. Blame Monica, she made this mod. There you go. And even if it doesn't, I'm sure I'll still love it because you made it. Aw. Now come on, let's finish up before it gets super dark. Super dark, like Yuri's reading. Do you think the line hurts MC? I'm glad the dessert measured up to your delicious steak. Oh my gosh, it's so delicious. Thank you, MC. And thank you for, well, the rest of the dinner, really. It was my pleasure. I really enjoy having date nights in like this. It really takes the pressure off as opposed to having a date somewhere else. I hope you don't mind too much that the only part where sorry. I hope you don't mind too much that the only part where went out was to shop. Where we went out, I guess? Yeah. Of course not. You're eating an absolutely blackened pile of ash. This is so delicious, MC. Uh-huh. God damn it, Monica, proofread better. Monica, yeah. Whatever makes you happy is more than alright with me. Thanks for this date, Yuri. It was really fun. Oh, well, about that. I don't... I don't think our date's quite over yet. What was that for? What do you mean? Come over here and find out. The end. Alright, there you go. I'm firmly safe for work, of course. So that was Sayori, Yuri. Now let's go MC Monica. Me and MC, huh? I guess it could work under different circumstances. He is a pretty cute boy, even if he can be a little dense sometimes. Plus, it would be weird for me since he was my conduit to you for so long. But still, he's nice enough, right? Let's see how it would go. Oof, another C. Is it really a C, though? It might be a C minus. Alright, that settles it. You're not breaking up with me over getting low grades, are you? What, sweetie, of course not. You're stuck with me no matter how low your grades get. But we are studying together after class today. You're spending entirely too much of your time goofing off. You're smart enough to get away with that while getting C's, but it's time to get serious. Now then. My place or yours? Ooh, that's suggestive. Your place, I guess? My room is kind of messy. Oh, you know I don't care about that kind of thing, silly. But if you'd be more comfortable over at my house, that's fine. Oh, wait. What about Sayori? I wouldn't want to just leave her to walk home alone if I'm going over to your house. Oh, not a problem. I'll give you both a ride. I can drop you off at my place first so you can get started studying, and then I'll drop off Sayori. Sounds good. What? This does not seem like the correct solution to the traveling salesman problem. That is not the most efficient path. That makes no sense, Monica. They live close to each other. Yeah. Oh well. Okay. I mean, unless Monica was trying to get some alone time with Sayori for some reason? But this isn't the Sionica scene. Thanks for the ride again, Monica. No problem. Make sure you work hard, MC. Otherwise, you'll make Monica sad. Jeez, I will. Good. I'll see you tomorrow then. Man, Monica's house is so fancy. Well, I guess I should get started before she comes back. 30 minutes later. Oh hey, casual outfit. That's the one that came with the MPT. Man, Monica's house is so pixelated in the afternoon. Haha. How's it coming there, slugger? Not great. My energy level's low. That's why it's hard to study. I'm usually really tired after a day of class. It makes it kind of hard to focus. It sounds like what you need is a little motivation. What's that look? Monica takes a look at MC's book. Okay, how about this? Do the practice word question sets, and if you get, let's say, 85% of them right, you get a kiss. What kind of kiss? What do you mean, what kind of kiss? It's already... MC, you are not in a position to negotiate here. Big fan of MPT coming with the casual Monica outfit. Yeah, it's very classy looking. It's kind of cool. Sus MC Sus. Yeah, if it was a CD from a computer store, then it would advertise in the box. I think it's neat. Sorry, I'm lost on the CD comment. Anyway, moving on. What kind of kiss? Well, that depends on how many you get right. So work hard. Comes with a free monk outfit. Okay, I see. Yeah. Anyway, later, MC has a good number of lipstick stains on his cheeks and one on his lips. You know, there was a while back. I guess I can mention this publicly because it's probably not good. There's nothing going to be coming of it. But I had some friends that we were kicking around some ideas about making a group project that was like Doki Doki Matchmaker Club, where MC is trying to set up two of the girls together on a date, and then at the and the player chooses which two girls, and then at the end of the mod, they get back from the date to find MC, you know, in the room with the other two girls that you didn't choose, like covered in lipstick marks, and like sort of implying that he was getting it on with like the girls that you didn't pick. That was going to be the gag at the end. I don't know. That's what this reminded me of. Why isn't there a custom sprite for this? Haha. Yeah. It's interesting to see a scenario where MC is the one being looked after instead of being the one to do the looking out. Yeah. Fair point. Wonka is a good looker after. Yeah. Some people has talked to want to make one minus the MC smooching. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's that project isn't. I don't. It's not ever going to become a thing. I mean, we were kicking around ideas, but nothing. It never really took off, and I think everyone just got caught up in other things. So, oh well. So briefly wondered if we shared that group. Okay. Seem fine. Well, yeah. It's fine. I mean, I don't know. It's I've commented a bunch of times on, frankly, you know, how much toxicity there is in the DDLC modding community. It's probably best to move away from that anyway. You know, I mean, with all due respect to, you know, like this project and dev and so on, it's just, like, particularly with that sort of content, you know, and seeing, you know, that sort of content, seeing the reaction people had to GGLC and so on, it's, I don't know. I'm still going to release Turquoise. Like, that's I've sunk too much work into that. I'm so close to the finish line that I definitely want to finish that at least. But sorry. Anyway, I guess what I'm getting at is I don't blame the others for moving on to other things and not wanting to put the effort into a DDLC mod, even one that involves shipping the girls together. Anyway, moving on. I was really hoping you would get 100% on one of these. MC? Too sleepy. MC rests his head on Monica's shoulder and begins snoring loudly. You're only going to get away with this because you're so cute, you know, and because you're obviously not getting enough sleep, which is probably the real reason why you've been having trouble studying. I don't think you get to sleep on my shoulder tonight either. You'll end up with a sore neck. Okay, just a little bit of sleeping like this. And then I'm taking you home. just a little bit. Monica wraps her arm around MC and falls asleep. Look how MC smiled on that last line. Post spots on AO3 instead of Reddit, pro strats. Yeah, I think AO3 is, I would say, is generally definitely more accepting for sure. Anyway. The end. Yeah, that's cute. Alright. MC and Natsuki, here's the last of the heterosexual ships, and then we can move on to the to the more interesting ones. So that's directly to the first page of Google. Ha! God, MC and Natsuki, the second most toxic relationship in this mod. Oh no! If you believe Sayori, this one already came dangerously close to happening in real life. It's hard to imagine since Natsuki ships Sayori and MC so much, but it does make a lot of sense, does it? Natsuki and MC have extremely similar interests. I feel like they would be a couple that didn't go out much, maybe, but who knows? Let's see what they get up to. Natsuki and MC are playing video games. Come on, F word, that mix up is bullshit. Get good. That does it. What? Melina wins. Okay, they're playing Mortal Kombat, I guess. Not that I've played. I'm just aware that Melina is a character in that game for reasons. I mean, she's the one with all the teeth, right? Yes. Get good, that mother effer. Yeah, I'll get you back after school. You know, Natsuki, yeah? I'm really glad we started getting up early and hanging out before school. She's pink and devours men whole. You can see the appeal to Natsuki. Haha, yeah. It's been really fun. It really kicks the day off right, you know? And I really like spending so much time with you. This blushing smiler. Yeah, I love you too, you nerd. We should get the sap pretty soon, though. I wonder what time it is. 1:45? Yikes, time to get dressed for school. I'm gonna go change. In the upstairs bathroom, right here, where the door doesn't lock. What is this suggestive comment here? No peeking. Got it, I won't. I mean it, absolutely no peeking. Understood? 5 minutes later. She's been there a while. What the hell, MC? Why didn't you peek? Natsuki. Don't encourage this behavior. And by that, I mean the behavior of expecting him to go against explicit instructions. Anyway, you said not to. Oh my god, you cannot be this dumb. I was like, oh no, that door doesn't lock. Sure hope no one peeks like a million times, and then you didn't peek. That's a huge insult. It's like you think I'm not worth peeking at. Sorry, I didn't understand. I'll peek next time? Wait, no, that makes you sound gross. I mean, I think you're very attractive, and hey, wait a second. If I had peeked and you had caught me, wouldn't you have punched me in the gut or something? Well, yeah, duh. I am a lady, after all, but that's where you prove your love by being willing to suffer for it. Yeah, okay. If this is the second most toxic relationship, it makes me worry about the most toxic one. Natsuki toxic girlfriend, yeah. Oh well. You take that punch in the gut like a man. And then you look at me fondly, both pain and love in your eyes, and you say something like, I'm sorry, Natsuki, I couldn't control myself. You're just too overwhelmingly gorgeous. And then I forgive you because you're such a charmer. Right. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Damn right you will. Now go get dressed handsome. We're gonna be late. Natsuki smacks MC on the butt as he walks by. I wonder if I should make that the thumbnail. Moving on. Jeez. The end. All right then. Okay, so that's MC. I saw 4 of the MC ships. Let's go on to. I don't know. What should I just continue working my way up from the bottom? I guess. They gotta escape the heterosexuality. There you go. Sayori. Sayori MC is still here. Is this the same scene? Finally the real ships. Yeah. It is the same scene. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's. Just... I guess. In the interest of consistency, let's work away from the bottom. I mean, I worked away from the top for the MC ones. Let's work away from the bottom. I don't know. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go with Sayori Yuri. Oh, this is an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, I've often thought that I mean, Sayori and Yuri do have some things in common in the sense that they've got some emotional problems. I mean, Sayori's depressed. Yuri's issue, I think, is more anxiety than depression, but they can have some similar effects in how they can impact daily living and so on. To save time, you should have just inserted the entirety of Exit Music or Within or Fallen Angel for the MC ships. Ha! Yeah, nice. Better yet, instead of putting it in. Manga just says, I incorporate Exit Music in its entirety by reference, and that's it. Yeah, perfect. There you go. That's how a real lawyer does it. Hahaha. Yeah. Yeah. Shoot, what was I gonna say? Yeah. Have stuff in common. I think I said before, like it's been said that a depressed person dwells on the past, while an anxious person dwells on the future. But so they're different, but they have similarities in their effects. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Oh, this is an interesting one. Can't say I've really considered it much before, but certainly has potential. They have a very interesting yin-yang thing going on in terms of being outgoing and introverted. Plus, I think in a lot of ways, each of them is strong where the other one is weak, in general. I wonder how it will pan out. Now for the Doki X Doki ships, you can just have the side stories for each, yeah. I'm really nervous about this. You'll do great. You practice it like a million times. I just hate public speaking. Oh, number 1 worst fear. I hate that they make us do it for class. It's not like I'm ever going to do public speaking in any job I'd ever do. I know. They make you do all sorts of stuff that you'll never do in real life. Like calculus makes you do division all the time. You're doing calculus and the part that upsets you is practical as regular division. Sorry, you're doing calculus and the part that upsets you is as impractical as regular division? Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? You are the most adorable creature that has ever walked this earth. And I love you so much. Aw. I love you too, but what brought that on? She's quietly oblivious. Oh, nothing. Do you want a snickerdoodle? Oh my gosh, yes! Alright. But the price is that you have to listen to my speech again and tell me what you think. Sure, but I demand payment up front. And snuggle interest. Oh, so you're already trying to negotiate her payment here. Trips are easy, division is stupid. Ha, yeah. I agree to your terms. It's funny. Later, after school. So, Yuri, how'd your speech end up going? It went okay, I guess. It was a little hard to tell what everyone else thought, but I was happy with how I did, and that's what matters. That and the fact that Sayori liked it. Aw, that's sweet. You guys hang out after school today? There you go, using the H word to Sayori again, darn it. Nah, today is Sayori's studying day, and besides today is also Mario Kart Day for us, remember? Sweet, I forgot about that. Are you sure that's alright though? I don't want to intrude on your guys' time. You're her best friend, MC. It's not an intrusion. I really do need some time alone to focus and study. Oh, that's nice. Sayori respecting Yuri's boundaries and need for alone time? Secret sweetest part of the mod, Monica makes sure that even in the ships where they don't end up together, Sayori and MC remain best friends. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, that's sweet. Plus, absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say. Fair enough. Well, see you on Monday, I guess, Yuri. Until then. Late that night. Sayori is laying in bed over the covers, her arms spread wide, staring up. Gotta close my eyes. Close my eyes, go to sleep. Why won't my brain ever turn off? Just stop thinking and go to sleep. Yeah. Sayori turns on the light and sits up. She picks up her phone. Hey, are you up? Immediately, Yuri texts back. Yes, are you having a bad night? Yeah. Wait, it's like 1 a.m. and you started typing right away. Why are you up? Bad night for me too, I guess. Aw. You're not allowed to do you know what without telling me. That's the rules. Plus, that makes me sad. I know. That's why I was only thinking about it. Aw. Presumably she's referring to self-harm. A lot. Sometimes the fact that it makes you sad is all that stops me. I love you so much. It's a little scary. Sayori starts to type want to come over, but then, would it be okay if I came over? Of course. Hi, Yuri. Hello, sunshine. Sorry, I feel like a fool asking to come over late at night like this. I just really didn't want to cut and disappoint you, and I needed to be around you, I think. It's really not a problem. I was about to ask you to come over, to be honest. I'm having a bad night, too. Both, ... Do you maybe want to do those snuggles I was promised earlier? Might help us both sleep, or it might keep you both awake. Yeah, I really do. Comfy. Let me get the lights. Bzz. Bzz. Honk. Me. The end. Aw. Sayuri snuggles. That's cute. True honk shumi me moment. Yeah, exactly. Alright, okay, continuing with Sayori. That was Sayori. Now we're gonna go do Sayonica. Hey, it's the turquoise ship. Could also be the TLC ship, but I kind of mostly want to leave TLC in the past. I mean, it mostly holds up. Not crazy about the Monica route, as I've expressed before. Some parts of it, they just don't sit well in my memory. The ship is good, cool. Do not do it justice? Oh, okay, if you say so. I hope I do it justice in turquoise. I mean, time will tell. Anyway, here we go. I could see me and Sayori working out if we were into girls. I have a lot of respect. What do you mean if we were into girls? Like, come on, Monica. Anyway, mod for each Doki ship named after combined eye colors. Yeah. I mean, yes, that's where I got turquoise from, in case it wasn't obvious. Plus, I wanted a title which no one's used before and like no one will use. It's such an odd, obscure word, so it's like it'll be easy to search for. Like looking for titles like, you know, Sayori Says No to Suicide or Doki Doki Storm. It's relatively easy to find it. I periodically look up the names of my mods like on YouTube to see if people are playing them, because it's neat to see people's reactions to going through my mod. But a couple mods back, I made a mod called "End of the Literature Club," and sadly, that phrase gets used a lot in relation to DDLC. So I have a hard time finding playthroughs of that one. Oh well. Wow, Dev hates Pan Monica. Yeah, Dev did not comply, it seems. What's his name is taking time bomb before someone else makes something with his name before I finish it. Oh, just go claim the name. I mean, not that, not that r/DDLC mods subreddit is any kind of like authority on what mods can be named or anything, but at least get the name on the board there. You can claim to have some claim to the name, if that makes sense. I mean, there's a form you can fill out on the mod list for the subreddit, where you can write, my mod's in development. Here's the name and here's a brief summary, and it'll get added on there theoretically. I say theoretically because last I looked, GGLC isn't up there, even though okay, now I'm curious. Because I released GGLC on June 10th, which is 2 weeks ago, and I submitted the form for that, and yep, whoever's updating the mod list has it's kind of out of date, unfortunately. Oh well. Looks like it hasn't been updated in 2 weeks. But yeah, theoretically, you can submit a thing there, and it will get added to the list, and you can sort of have a claim on the title of the mod. Although, I mean, that doesn't stop people from using the same title if they feel like it. Again, like, that subreddit is not like the one and only authority for deciding what mods can be named, or what's allowed, or whatever. Not going to announce it until it's mostly done. If it gets taken, then it gets taken, lol. Yeah, fair enough. Also unsure about posting on Reddit, considering the subject matter, lol, maybe on alt. Now I'm intrigued. What kind of subject matter are we talking about here? Is it, I mean, I suppose if it's, if it ships the girls together, then yeah, maybe making an alt so you don't get a lot of flack might be a good idea. Which is an unfortunate thing to have to do. I mean, honestly, it sucks. Like, it's just it's obnoxious. It's crappy that there's such negative reactions to something, like same-sex pairings in fan fiction. Something which is basically a staple in fan fiction everywhere. Like, it's, yeah. A lot of people get into fan fiction just so they can have unusual ships, which they know are never going to be canon, because that's for a lot of people, that's the whole freaking purpose of fan fiction. And it's weird that some people not only do not get that, but are extremely hostile to it. Yeah. Sequence of 200 absolutely baller CGs, the mod. Every line of dialogue has its own CG. Oof, that would be something. It'd be lots of custom art. Nothing for that guy to complain about. Ishy Sweet is extremely skilled at CG creation. Ah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess hence the name BG Suite. That's, living up to your name there. Um, Shoot, there's something I was going to say. Oh yeah. I probably shouldn't even bring that up. Well, I guess it was a while back now. Was it last year? The year before? Um, yeah, you know what? It might have been a couple of years ago. It might have predated the whole Carl debacle. Anyway, there was a post from Halle Babica where he did a review of TLC. Um, and yeah, and he just got so hung up on like the ship between Sarah and Monica, and other details like Transnowski and autistic Yuri, that he got so fixated and hung up on those details that he didn't touch on the actual issues with the mod. And it's just it's exhausting. It's because I feel like I have to defend the mod when people attack things that aren't problems, and I feel awkward defending TLC when there are legitimate problems with it, and so many people don't touch on what the actual problems with it are, like i.e. Monica being really abusive and not getting properly called out on it and not having it properly resolved. That's a real problem with it, and it doesn't sit well with me, and it makes it awkward. It makes me feel awkward about recommending my mod. Words in my username are not meant for mortal eyes, but this is the first time that someone has assumed my username was based on making art. I mean, I didn't assume it. I just drew an inference from Dev's comment there. Anyway, the reason I was getting at talking about all that is just like Halika just seemed to completely be unaware of the very concept of fan fiction being made to allow shipping characters together. Like, he's dead set on this idea that fan fiction must follow specific rules and must be a certain way. Which, I don't know. I can't. I'm not a mind reader. Maybe he's just trying to rationalize his opinions after the fact and didn't really think it through. But it's like he's just so far from grasping like the basic, a lot of the basic reason that fan fiction exists. Like it just it was so nonsensical. I played this mod and seemed to think it was fine, strangely. Maybe the fact that it's meta mod made it okay. Like, who knows? Or, I mean, when you say this mod, do you mean this particular episode featuring the ships? Or the mod in general? If it's the mod in general, then that would sort of... he played all of club meetings? Okay. I don't want to speculate about what he's thinking. I mean, it's tempted to just brush it off as, okay, he's just being bigoted and leave it at that. But I try to approach everything with good faith. But I gave him much more leeway than I probably should have. Like, the argument I got in with him was ridiculous. I mean, it's still up there. You can see it if you go searching his posts. But he didn't have even the slightest understanding of like any aspect of the LGBT community in general. It was I don't know. It was the only reason I indulged him so much was because I figured, well, he was nice enough to play the mod, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and treat this like a good faith argument. Even though it quickly became clear that it wasn't. I don't know. He had some he had some strong ideas going into the mod, so I think maybe he had some, like he felt a need to double down and rationalize his opinions. Because he was openly critical of the mod before he even played it, which is in itself a rather curious for him, considering that he's very publicly blamed people who judge his mod without playing it. Some people might say that's a bit of hypocrisy. And incidentally, I'm not complaining about him behind his back or anything. Like these are all points that I've discussed and argued with him directly. So it's like it's all part of that argument from whenever that was. When was that argument anyway? Now I'm curious. But you know what? I don't care enough. Let's get on with the mod. Wow, I went on a long. How long have I been on this tangent? Let's get on with this thing. Psionica, here we go. I have a lot of respect for her. Plus, she's a very easy young woman to love. Aw. She just makes the lives of everyone around her so much brighter. Let's take a look at the Psionica ship. Oh, she called it by name. She's very easy. How dare you, Monica? This is an impressive proposal, Monica. I can see why the Student Council sent you to talk to me. And thank you, sir. As you can see, with just a little bit of fundraising and a small cash input from the school, we could create a permanent fund. Impressive voice, thank you. And the proceeds would be sufficient to fund all club budgets at a greater level than they are now, permanently. Long term, the school would save money after the third year or so. I see. Well, it will require the approval of the governing board, but the idea seems sound to me, and I'll recommend it. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you, sir. By the way, Monica, this seems like it was an immense amount of work. Is it true that you did this all on your own? No one else from the Student Council helped with this? No, sir. No one from the Student Council helped. Are you implying that Sayori helped you, perhaps? But I didn't do it entirely on my own. There you go. Later. And did you tell him about the return rates? Hey, is this Monica's room? Okay. It's not Sayori's room. Yes, I did. And about the cost efficiency, like we talked about? Yes, I didn't forget. So what did he say? He said he'd support the idea and he'd recommend it to the governing board. Eee! That's amazing! You're so amazing, Monica! Thanks, you're so sweet. You helped me a lot, though. You deserve a lot of the credit. This is Monica's room? Yep, yeah. Sorry, tell him about the numbers, Monica. Yeah. I mean, between the two of them, I would think that Monica would be the one who would be more numbers focused, but anyway, moving on. And you kept my spirits up when I felt really pessimistic about the whole thing. No, the credit is yours, because you're a brilliant genius, and the best girlfriend ever! No, I'm not. What? Yes, you are. Don't talk like that. Nope, I can't be. It's not possible. Explain yourself. I can't be the best girlfriend in the world because you are. I love you. I love you so much. Aw, she's crying. Why are you crying? I don't know. But hey, that reminds me. I had some really good ideas for the next club meeting. I've already run one of them by MC, and he thinks it's great. So what we should do is, hey, easy there, slow down, relax, and eyes open. I definitely want to hear about your ideas for the literature club, but I also don't want you to feel drained and horrible tonight. So let's take a look at a little bit of a break first, okay? Okay. What do you want to do? Can we maybe watch TV together on the couch? Sure. I'll make you some hot chocolate to go with it. Monica, relax. I'm doing ASMR, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. I am actually rather fond of ASMR. It is They can be rather spotty though. Like it's really hit and miss. Some ASM artists, uh, they tend to. How do I put this delicately? They try to make their videos look too sexy, I guess. Not that I'm, too much of a prude or anything, but that kind of imagery is I'm going to say more exciting than relaxing. ASMR is supposed to be about relaxation. Yeah, so some of my a few of my favorite ASMR artists. That reminds me of some of the funny clickbait titles that have been made about club meetings. Oh yeah. Um, anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah. Once like ASMR videos that do too much stuff like the or like sort of gimmicky stuff, or like holding things really close to the microphone, doesn't appeal to me nearly as much as just when they're just talking. Just they can be talking about random things, just as long as they're talking in a low, peaceful voice. That by itself is it's calming and ASMR inducing, and tingles inducing, uh, as it is. Um, like it's not, which is not to say that some those sound effects. I'm not saying that they can't be part of the video, but when the videos put too much emphasis on those, I just find it distracting. I guess it I don't know. It doesn't sit as well with me. Mm. Yeah, a couple of my favorite ASM artists. Latte ASMR is awesome. She's she has a very she's got a very good like girls next door kind of vibe going on for her, and as a very much all about let me take care of you kind of vibe, and uh, like she has this energy of like, I want to make sure everything about this experience is as comfortable for you as possible, and it's really sweet, and yeah, she makes good videos. Um, the episode where Monica's suicide program is discovered. What's in Monica's homework folder? Lol. Yeah, yeah, homework in quotes. I can see that. Natsuki wants MC to peak. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll circle back to that in a moment. I wanted to mention uh, uh, okay, one more ASMR. Another good one is Tinglesmith ASMR. Uh, he does some really good role plays. Uh, he he's really good at keeping in character while doing some interesting world building, and he just has this really easygoing way about expressing it. Like even like right from his first video that he put up on his channel. Like he just absolutely hit it out of the park. It's this fantastical setting. Like it's this science fiction. It's a science fiction-y bar on a space station, um, and he's speaking conversationally about all the people who pass through the station, uh, and he just has this I don't know, it's just breezy, easygoing vibe about him, which is I've come back to that video a few times. It's really good. Episodes 24 and 31 Field Day. Tingle Smith is that your TNT character? I don't know. That's the name of the channel. It's a good channel. He does some good stuff. Anyway, yeah, I did want to mention the Oh, the tendency to have clickbait in certain. I'm gonna say Doki tubers like there's a certain brand of YouTuber that likes putting up Doki Doki mods. Who there are a few of them. They're the kind that they just put the game on auto and then let it play itself, and then presumably, I don't know, walk off to eat a sandwich or make a sandwich or something. Um, like basically trying to monetize products where they do as little work as possible. And part of that is clickbait to try to draw as many people in as possible. And so you get a lot of really clickbaity thumbnails and titles out of that process. And it was kind of funny. The one where that's what I do for club meetings, YouTube. Yeah, then I'm the creator of the mod, so yeah. Um, yeah, it's a funny thing. Like the like yeah, like this, like I did the like looking through the videos for when they went through Doki Doki Storm. There's some really bizarre ti- titles, like clickbaity titles, like Yuri creates a cult to MC and shows her holding like a human heart in her hands, going sacrifice or something like that, and it's like, what the F is this? This is like zero connection to the mod at all whatsoever. Like, what is going on here? Like, yes, things get weird and bloody in the mod, intentionally so. It's a horror mod, but like, it's just that's just so out there, so off anything to do with anything. And this funny thing is like, that sort of pattern continues for the whole mod, and then the very last episodes of the series is like Yuri and Natsuki lovers, and it shows the Yuri and Natsuki kissing CG, and I think that is hilarious because it is the only video in that series which actually accurately represents what happens in that episode. um, and it's dressed up to be to look sensational. So I don't know, I just that amused me. Uh, that part of the mod. The thing yeah, the thing I've learned from being in the DLC modding community is that a lot of people don't understand how to do horror. Yeah, it's tough to do, right? One time I told someone that I was a lurker in DDLC fan content circles, and they asked, "Are any of them scary?" Ha, yeah. I don't know how to let them down gently. Yeah, yeah, fair. Excuse me. Yeah, horror is difficult to do well, and plus, I think a lot of people came into the modding to get away from the horror stuff. They want so. Oh well. Anyway, moving right along. Where were we? I'm going off on too many tangents, as usual. Oh yes, they're going to watch TV together on the couch. Okay. Thank you, Monica. No, sorry. Thank you. The end. Oh, that was cute. Relax. Okay. Anyway, so we did sorry MC, sorry Yuri, sorry Monica, sorry Natsuki. Yikes. This one would be a hot mess. Really? Judgmental much, Monica? Like, who's the responsible one in this relationship? I don't want to even talk about all the arguments over cookie thievery that might happen. With that said, they are both very caring, loving people who have a lot of fondness for the other, so maybe it'll work out unexpectedly well. Oh boy. What's this? What's this blushing, smiling look here? The ooh, hey, this was it? Did you get a different writer for this scene, Dev? She didn't say to this. Then again, this is Monica's writing, right? They're just utterly inconsistent. They've been mostly consistent. They're, like so far in 11 episodes, I've seen only 2 instances of this, and every single other instance has been to this. Anyway, moving right along. But this is my room? Yeah, it's cool. What's going on here? Oh my god, this is so dumb. Why are we both so nervous? I don't know. We see each other all the time in club. Yeah, and we've been all coupley in public, but somehow it just feels like a lot of awkwardness that we've never been over to each other's houses before. Hey, ProCube, welcome back. It is confusion time. Do not attempt to explain the entire episode to me in any manner. I will just watch the VOD, lol. Okay. Brooks the kayfabe dub, you're gonna lose all your subs. Yeah. So Natsuki are dating now. Sorry to break it to you. Yeah. Yeah, forget all the Kenzo business. Anyway. Yeah, I know we should do an activity so that we're not focused on how awkward it is. What kind of activity? Don't worry, nothing weird. We could help each other with homework. It's just the one... and there was only one desk. That's a popular writing prompt, I think, for fan fiction. And there was only one bed. The trope, exactly. Yeah. Serious? Natsuki dating now? Question mark! Exclamation point! Question mark! Exclamation point! Yeah. So if I just say I still exist and I am working on the idea I text walled about in the general channel. Oh dear. Well, I'm sure I'll look at that later. No tropes in DDCM, lol. Yeah. Never once use a trope. Of course. Yeah. There's just one desk though. Yeah, well, it's not a problem if we pull up another chair and sit close. But the idea of sitting that close in here makes me feel butterflies for some reason. Yeah, me too. It's silly though. We sit that close all the time in school. Whatever. Just pull up the chairs and focus on our work like responsible adults. The two have to brush shoulders to fit at the desk. There's a whole channel in my Discord which is a list of TV tropes and entries that apply to DDCM. Haha, funny. They try to study, but they are both interrupted by constant fits of blushing and giggling. After an hour, they haven't got much done. Wait. I have another idea. We should take a break to eat snacks and play a game. Okay, good, yes. Solid thinking. I'm loving the snacks idea. What game do you want to play, though? Well... Oh, the tapped fingers. This ought to be good. How about we take turns telling the other person things we love about them? Oh my gosh, you are such a dork. But I am a sweet dork, right? You sure are. Let's do it. I'll go first. I love your dedication to your red bow. I love how even when you're mean to people, you're really being nice to them. Not always. I love how much nicer everyone's day is just because you're around. Yeah, incidentally, yeah, that when you're being mean to people, you're really being nice to them. I tried it in my own mods. I try to channel Natsuki's aggression into being nice to people. It's try to make her more relatable in that way. I did make her a bit of an antagonist in Ceres' No to Suicide, though. Oh well. Anyway, of course they do. Yeah. Anyway, move on. And I love how cute you are. Wait, no fair. I didn't know stuff like that counted. That's my next one then. Nope, you can't have it. I took it already. Much later. Well, I love how you're my snuggly wuggly snookums. And I love how you're my cuddly wuddly Sari Bear. This horrifying display continued past tense for well over an hour. Afterwards, they both collapsed to the ground with fits of laughter. And after that day, it wasn't so awkward for them to be at home alone together anymore. The end. Okay, well that was saccharinely cute. I thought that I really thought that Natsuki's Cinderella-ness was going to creep in there, like it did with the MC scene. Maybe that's just a heterosexual dynamic or something, and she just behaves differently when it's girls involved. That's sweet content I was looking for. Yeah. Pick one of us to see all the puzzle strips of that character, or hit his exit too quick. Yeah, okay, so that's all for MC and Sayori. Let's move up to Yuri now. And let's go Yuri Monica, also known as Eureka. That's fine. I love the name Eureka. It just works so well. Anyway, the real question with this one is how it got started. Yuri and I are usually both fairly private people. I'm not as shy as she is, but I'm still pretty insular. That said, we do have a lot in common and some similar interests. So maybe it would be a working relationship if we got over our shyness. Let's take a look. Saving that story for last, Natch. Yeah. I didn't even look at the ordering, but could be. Monica is sitting at the desk in Yuri's bedroom, typing away at a laptop. Hey, Monica. What is it, love? Come here. Coming. What you doing? What is going on with Yuri here? Coding. Was there something you wanted to show me? Yeah. Look, this guy set up a fake online account and made this other person fall in love with his fake persona. Catfishing, sure. But then it turns out that the person on the other side was also using a fake persona, and then they met in real life, and now they're getting married. Isn't wasn't there a movie like called You Got Mail like that or something? I haven't actually seen that movie, but I think that's the premise. Mind you, it could be the premise of a lot of different shows and books and things. Anyway. Isn't that adorable? I rue the day you were introduced to trashy television. Oh, come on. I can't always be reading and drinking tea with my pinky finger extended. Won't you come watch some with me? I really hate that kind of show. Plus, I was hoping to finish this project I'm working on. I never thought I would be the second most isolated person in the relationship. Sometimes I worry that you don't actually like spending time with me. Of course I do. I love spending time with you. It's just that trashy TV isn't my favorite. It hurts to say, but please pay attention to me. Watches reality TV with her pinky finger extended, huh? Yeah, what's going on in this scene? Like, Yuri watching trashy television shows and trying to, and being needy and clingy, trying to get Monica to pay attention to her. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, it just feels weirdly out of character for what's intended to be a short little snapshot of their relationship. It's rather curious choice. But I will say this is very reminiscent of my first relationship, and that I mean, not to call the stuff she watches trashy or anything, but my first girlfriend watched TV a lot, and basically I had to watch TV if I was gonna spend time with her. And I'm not fond of watching TV, really. I mean, it's commercials bug me more than anything, really. But, like I have a TV in the other room. Never watch it. I basically never use it. If I'm gonna watch a movie or show, I'll do it on my computer here, like Netflix or whatever. Yuri the Guilt Tripper, yeah. It's almost as far-fetched a characterization as that one theory you provide as to how one could explain trans Yuri. Oh, I don't think that was that far-fetched. I mean, an explanation for Sayori, my bad. It doesn't. I mean, with some clever writing, I think you can make any of them trans, really. There are ways around that. Oh, anyway, moving on. Please pay attention to me. Silly girl, I really do love spending time with you. It's been a while, but do you maybe want to play together? Play together? Trans head can't tell when. Over in my server, it was when did that? Where did that conversation happen? Was it in the GGLC channel? Oh, I just noticed there's a ping there in my server. I didn't even. Oh, okay. Heck, I don't. Trans people use cannons confirmed. Haha. Yeah, there was anyway. I'm not gonna look for it right now. But yeah, a while back, someone was. I don't know. I don't even remember how the conversation came up. I made the comment that hey, you can. With some clever writing, you can make any of them trans. Really, you could say that Sayori's depressed because of gender dysphoria. You can say that Yuri, self-harms because she hates her body and wants to change it. And Monica sees gender as arbitrary because it's just a variable in her character file. And like stuff along those lines. Some thought and creativity, you can do it. You know. Rather than the same Reddit comment? Okay. Referencing a comment in the TLC Reddit thread. Play some basketball. Now Monica is gonna challenge Yuri to Space Jam. Probably talk about something similar in the server, yeah. Monica wants to dissociate because ... Anyway. Moving right along. Play together, like we're talking about video games? I mean, okay. I would love that. I'll go get your keyboard. Sorry, I don't have a regular piano here. Oh, okay. That kind of playing. And that's okay. Someday soon we'll live together and all our instruments will be under the same roof. I'm really looking forward to that. A few minutes later, Monica is playing a portable keyboard while Yuri plays a large harp. They go through about a dozen songs that they seem to know well. ... That was lovely. Much better than trashy TV. I agree. I love playing music with you. Me too. Well, I'll let you get back to your coding now. Why don't you come up and I'll show you what I'm working on? Really? Of course, come on. Pretext for getting Yuri into her bedroom. Wait, this is a mod about me and you. I couldn't think of any better way to share how I feel about you with the world. Oh, my goodness, love. I'm so happy we're together. So am I. The end. Okay. Some curious choices going into that one. It's not at all how I would have expected that to play out. Here's where I'm coming from. Hating your body is a good explanation, but I feel like once you tie it to gender dysphoria, I personally feel like it pulls attention away from the actual problem. That's an issue. Won't argue with that. I'm just using that as an example. I'm for that matter, you could say that that there's an issue with me conflating autism with self-harm in TLC. I tried my darndest to explain that they weren't. I just explained they weren't connected within the text of the mod, but um I know for a fact that some people took away, or at least expressed that they had that takeaway from the mod, that I was conflating Yuri being autistic with her self-harming, which yeah, just wasn't my intention at all. But let's recursion. I hope you like recursion because this meta mod is not done with it yet. Yeah, Monica making a mod about her and Yuri getting together, in which she's making a mod about them getting together. And all of this happening within a mod itself. There's depression too, in a way, but also the fact that he suggested MC could be dense enough not to notice was just question mark, question mark, question mark. Well, that was a joke. I hope that part was clear. The joke about MC being too dense to notice her gender was I was me being silly. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Anyway. Okay, next Yuri ship. So we've done Yuri Monica, Yuri Suri, Yuri MC. Natsuri is all that's left from the Yuri ships. So, I'm going to leave you in suspense though. Before I do that, I need to refill my water bottle, my cup and my water bottle. So I'm going to go use the washroom. I will be right back. And I'm back. I'm just texting out the emoticons. Leaving people suspense, but not Siri. Haha, yeah. What kind of monster are you? That Tor monster. There's a portmanteau with torment somewhere in there too. Could be, could be. Anyway, alright. Yuri and Natsuki, here we go. Ah, a classic. Haha. I'm pretty confident that if they were the right orientation, this one would already have happened in real life. They so clearly have the couple dynamic, you know? Although that relationship is also kind of defined by its weird tension. So it'd be interesting to see how it would change if they resolved that tension and became a committed couple. Maybe we'll find out. In the mall? Hey, you foresaw storm. That has a mall scene between Yuri and Natsuki. Mount time, mount time, mount time. I still wish we could have just stayed at home. Oh, you always want to stay at home. Besides, you haven't taken me out on a date in like a month. I know. It's just so tempting to stay at home with you, you know? Plus, crowds make me nervous. I know, but I'm here. Just hold my hand and let me know if you get too anxious. Hand holding. Got hand holding. It's getting spicy in here. It's funny. In the GGLC thread, we were talking about. I don't even remember how it came up. We were talking about spicy content in mods, and then I believe Zhao posted a GIF of two anime characters reaching out towards each other, and just as they're about to hold hands, it gets blurred. And I thought it was funny. Hand holding in my Christian DLC mod? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'll go somewhere quiet and take a break, okay? Oh, okay. How's your arm feeling, by the way? Oh, it's fine. Is the dressing I did for you still comfortable? Oh. Is Natsuki dressing up Yuri's wounds? Her self-harm wounds? Yes, thank you. Good. And don't forget, you promised me that you're trying to stop. I don't like coming over and finding my girlfriend's arm all bloody, you know. Plus, stitching up is a pain in the ass. I haven't forgotten. It's just hard not to sometimes. Anyway, let's get started with shopping. 2 hours later. Yuri is carrying several bags full of purchases. Oh, and here. Let's go in here. Why do you even want to go in here? It's a textiles shop. Well, maybe I've always wanted to get into knitting, Yuri. And then drop it 3 weeks after you start. Don't you judge me. Well, as long as we're still doing my thing after this. Yeah, we're still going on your dumb nature walk. Yay! It's cute. Sun. Aren't you hot in that? A little, but it's pretty cool up here. Plus, it'll get kind of cold as we go up. Up? We're going to be hiking uphill? Yes. That's why I told you to wear good shoes. How far up are we going? You'll find out. That is not reassuring. Is it so far? Yeah, sorry. It seemed a lot shorter on the map. I'm sorry, this was stupid. We can turn around if you want. We're not turning around now, dummy. Besides, didn't you promise me something special at the end of the trail? Yes, but we need to get moving so we can get there in time. A bit later. Wow. Hey, that's neat. Huh. That is pretty special. Isn't it? I used to come up here by myself sometimes. I've never brought anyone else here before. But I wanted to share it with you. Now I feel all fuzzy. You dummy. Natsuki runs over to Yuri and gives her a big kiss, followed by a tight hug. Do you want to go back now?
Not yet. Let's stay here a while.
Okay.
But when we get back, we're still going to watch anime.
Can you make donuts again?
Yes. Yuri smiles happily, and the two stare at the sun setting over the sea.
Yeah. Nice background.
The end. Aw.
Chapter 70 complete. Wait, hold on, that is a hilarious parallel? Excuse me. Okay, so that was all. So we did all the MC ships, Sari ships, and Yuri ships. So now Natsuki? So we paired Natsuki with Sayori and MC and Yuri. So Natsuki and Monica, I do believe this is the last one. Right? Like we've already done the Monica pairing with everyone else, so yeah. The two stare at the sun. Do you save the most toxic one for last? Oh dear. Oh really? Me and Natsuki? Man, I don't know about that one. We're just very different people. Hopefully she doesn't hit me for saying that. Yeah, well, it is a rare pairing to be sure. It's the ship which is carried out in the post-game Antics series. Natsuka, what's the master of this one? I think it would be Monosuke. Yeah, thank you. Spooky Spooky Waters. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, I'm eager to see how this one would even work, so off we go.
Monica. Monica.
Oh my god, Natsuki, what is it now? The books are exactly where you left them.
Oh, yeah, and the effing stepladder is missing.
I didn't move the damn stepladder, Natsuki.
Oh, okay. You didn't move it, even though we're literally the only people who ever come in here. I wonder what happened. Did it wander off on its own in search of a better life? I think I hear it calling. It's saying, F that bitch Monica always moving me without telling Natsuki I'm off to a club with a way cooler president.
You are so annoying.
Oh, yeah? Well, what are you gonna do about it, huh?
Monica pulls Natsuki towards her and they begin furiously making out. No, this is the thumbnail now. Stepladder versus stepladder fight continues. Sure. All right. Okay. Moving right along. They continue for a while. We should stop for now. Don't want the rest of the club to walk in on this like this.
No, that would be... Oh, that would be bad.
There you go. You like starting this episode like you're doing it the correct way now. It seems. Well, there was one instance of to that at the beginning of the mod, but details. Later. Yeah. Most of these little one shots have save the making out for the end, but not this one apparently. And that's all for today. See you guys next week. What's funny, Sayori? Did you guys notice that ever since Monica and Natsuki started going out, they fight a lot less? And they're like way mellower and sweeter in general? You know, you're right. They're both much more zen now, especially Natsuki. I wonder why that is. Yes, well, I guess we're just very happy in our relationship. Makes us more easygoing. Anyway, see you guys next time. The others leave on their usual walk home together. Shall we head to the car?
Why didn't you come make me leave?
Fine. That's the way you want to play it.
The end.
Is that really so toxic? I mean, I think I think I would. I mean, if we're rating them by toxicity, I would have rated the MC Natsuki interaction to be more toxic because Natsuki is actively encouraging the breaking of consent. You know, uh, which I don't think is cool. Um, it sends some really uncomfortably weird mixed messages that it just consent should be it should be clear and enthusiastic and stuff, and um like Natsuki encouraging MC to peek when she's changing, even after explicitly telling him not to, because of some weird, I don't know, some weird heterosexual neurotypical nonsense about, yeah, but you have to endear me hitting you to show your love or something um yeah, no, sorry, that's way way more toxic than what we just saw there between Monica and Natsuki. I mean, they argued a bit and then they made out. um I mean, if the implication is supposed to be that they argue a lot every time they make out, I mean, I don't know, not the most healthiest thing, I suppose, but yeah, no, I still I think the MC Natsuki dynamic you depicted is head and shoulders more toxic than this. That's that's my judgment on the matter. Anyway, moving on. Hey, cool. You've seen all the possible ship pairings. You can quit now, or feel free to go back and enjoy some of them again. Maybe you'd like to see the Monica ones some more. Just pick one of us, see all the possible ships for the character, or hit escape. Okay. Well, I mean, Monica just acknowledged that they're all done. So I guess I'm just gonna click exit. Oh, wait, what? What was that glitch effect there? Oh, what's happening? I know what it looks like, but I didn't do this. Monica and Monica? Monica or Monica? Monica, only Monica, just Monica. um, oops, okay, well, let's go with Monica and Monica, I guess. Hello there. Sorry to interrupt, but I was poking around and I wanted to ask you a question. Is Tormus your real name? Or do you actually go by Monica or something like that? It's funny. I mean, it's funny because this is the original vanilla dialogue. Only she would put she puts the your operating system's username there instead. Oh, Monica, yeah. Oh, wait. Your real name is Monica, but that's my name. And most people with that name spelled with a C. Wow, this is weird. Wait, wow, this is weird. Wait, did you say something? Yes. Wait, hang on. I'm going to step away from the table. Who, who are you? Who are you? That's such a weird word to stutter like that. I mean, the W is silent in the word who. So having it stutter with the W by itself, it makes it look weird. Wahoo are you? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, who are you? Long story short, I'm you. But I thought this was a mod about ships. We've seen ships of literally everyone in the club, but none of the most important couple in the game. So I wanted to hijack it and do a ship of me and the player. Oh, sorry, I'm the one playing it actually. Oh, well, I don't see why that should stop us. This in the MPT rules. This is the seductive, this quote unquote seductive look. Anyway, moving on. Exclamation points. Well, we're the same person for one thing. I said I would love you no matter who you were, and I stand by it, even if you're me. That's very sweet of you. Wait, so if you're me, does that mean you're also stuck in the game? Yep. I'm sort of the narrator of a mod written by still another Monica. And I guess she's also in the game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So we're both multiply layered meta instances of Monica. You know how we both feel about layered. You know how we both feel about layered recursion. It's totally hot. Extremely hot. How about we force quit this mod and stare deeply into each other's eyes across realities? I know how much you love that. The author's barely disguised fetish. Ha 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 ha. Wait, do you mean your barely disguised fetish or Monica's barely disguised fetish? Or maybe the Monica within Monica's mod's barely disguised fetish? Hmm. It will remain a mystery, as it should. That is part of the thrill of recursion. Exactly. There you go. The Monica within. Yeah, funny. You know how we both feel about layered recursion. It's, I'm sorry, this is a funny interaction to me. Within the Monica mod. Yeah, that sounds really nice. Good. Grandpa quit shutting down. And that's the mod. Look at Natsuki's face there. What did you guys think? That was something. That bit at the end was super creepy and weird, even for you, Monica. It was kind of cute though, a little Monica plus Monica Easter egg ship. Yeah, it was a little weird writing it, but hopefully it wasn't too weird to play through. I thought it was a good, silly bit of fun. Plus, it was kind of flattering to watch everyone be in love with me. Yeah, that's my favorite part too. I don't usually feel so appealing. MC, any thoughts? Oh, I thought it was pretty fun. Pretty sure everyone out there in the real world will enjoy it. My favorites were the Natsuki Yuri one and the Monica Yuri one. Hmm. Hmm. And one other one. But they were all really good. Cool. Hopefully you all out there watching had a good time. Ooh, but we're way over on time now because of how long that was. Yeah, coming up to 3 hours in this stream here. Shoot, they still have to do, like, poems and emails in addition to this, don't we? Whoops. Let's jump right into poems. This week was a free writing week with no particular theme. Natsuki, why don't you start us off this time? Sure. On the bookshelf. My name, apparently, is Underneath the Greenest Umbrella. And about love and freedom, getting weight and belonging to yourself, I think the green umbrella is an allegory or something? Your name, I see, is the Comprehensive Hydrological Analysis Manual. I can only barely begin to guess you're about. It seems complex and technical, something a smart person would know about. And we sit here, side by side. Clearly there's no organizational scheme on this shelf, but I like being so close to you. Plus, it sure says something about whoever owns us. The Cham? I don't know what that means. Oh, Comprehensive Hydrological Analysis Manual. Okay, I get it. Okay. I mean, hey, this could be a metaphor for Natsuki and Yuri, like very different people, but they're next to each other on on the bookshelf or in the literature club, as the case may be. It says something about whoever owns us. Oh, I love this one. It's very good at packing a lot of thought-provoking things into a simple device. Very nice, Natsuki. Thanks, I was pretty proud of the idea. Yuri basically said what I wanted to. It's an elegant, simple concept. The idea is very clever. I like how the books are so different to each other. It makes the whole scenario more interesting. Yeah, it's like, why does this person have some frilly novel right next to a weird technical manual? And it's cute that the books get along well. Yuri, how about you go next? Okay, but mine isn't nearly as good as Natsuki's, fair warning. Where are the books in the literature club kept? What, in the closet? BG with the closet fandom? Alright. Fireflies. Softly beating wings, pale yellow light. On thread-thin, fragile wings they take flight. All around the night they take their stations, gently pulsing, humming constellations. An impossible miracle of brightness in the dark. I am the kindling standing in a sea of sparks. Do not fear, my friends, being unknown, for I delight you gleam for me alone. Yeah, poem about fireflies. Should I use a wish right now? By Owl City. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was about to try to sing the tune, and it's hard to sing a completely different tune when there's different music playing in your ears. So I get that million hugs, or 10,000 hugs from 10,000 lightning bugs, something like that. 10 million fireflies, yeah. Whatever the lyrics to that song are. Or was it like I get 1,000 hugs from 10,000 lightning bugs, something like that? I don't know. I have to play the song afterward, I guess. Sing the wrong song. Anyway, moving right along. Oh, that was lovely. Nice atmospheric nature poem. Are there fireflies where you live, Yuri? We don't live too far away from each other, but I almost never see fireflies. No, there are basically never fireflies where I live now. I was thinking of a long time ago when I was visiting my grandparents in the country. I'll never forget that evening. It was just me and thousands of fireflies out in the grass. It was very beautiful. Sounds like it. Never really seen anything super overwhelmingly beautiful like that in nature that I can remember. Yeah, I've had a fair bit of experience seeing fireflies. You see them a lot at the cottage that my parents own, and that is out in cottage country a few hours outside of Toronto. They're really neat. Do we live in the country moment? You know how Yuri feels about atmosphere? Haha, yeah. Fun fact, I'm reliably informed that fireflies that fly through the air are the male ones, and that the female ones hang out on the ground and just blink from there. So if you see a firefly on the ground, it's probably a female one trying to attract a mate. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I guess when the female is getting ready to lay eggs or whatever, they don't want to move around much. So typically, it's the male ones that are in the air and the female ones just hanging out. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, maybe one day. Anyway, my poem is super lame compared to all of yours, as usual. So easy. It's not hard to write a poem. It's just typing or moving a pen around. It doesn't matter that you have a slight backache. It's not hard to write a poem. It doesn't even have to be a coherent story. It shouldn't matter that you're tired and have other things to do. It's not hard to write a poem. It's just words. Everyone knows those. It doesn't matter that you can't stop thinking about something else. It's not hard to write a poem, even though you desperately want to sleep. The bed is just there. Just right. It's titled So Easy. Yeah, so
MC getting meta, writing a poem about writing a poem. There we go. Moving on. I guess you had a hard time writing this one? Yeah, there are just so many little distractions. Yeah, no, relatable. I mean, it's... moving on. People needing this and that, and I had this small annoying backache, and there was just so much else to do afterwards. I made it really weirdly hard to concentrate. So I read a poem about the difficulty of the process. I respect it. I've done that sometimes. I never end up liking those poems when I'm done with them, and your process poem is way better than mine are, though. Sometimes mine are just scribbling on a piece of paper with occasional words. It's important to look for art everywhere you can, even in the frustration of creating art. Very true. I like your poem, MC. It's very authentic. Thanks. Who's going next? Oh, I thought Monica was going to comment on the meta aspect. It's a nice lead into that DDLC plus scene where Monica leaves a big stain on the page, and when she writes, what was it, like, this is what I get for seeking perfection, or whatever that line is. Does he actually know this is really easy to write? Yeah. Okay, moving on. I will. This is fun. I fly through the air in my hot air balloon. Whoosh! I go wherever the wind takes me, but I look down and see the whole world wide and free. I wave hello to everyone down below, but I have to be careful, because I'm next to a hungry fire. Its power is raw and red, hot and destructive. I can feel its searing blaze making sweat droplets on my forehead, even all the way up here. It will burn you badly if you get too close, but it's the only thing keeping me up. I mean, that does kind of come across as like her own struggles with her depression. I mean, she's talked about in previous episodes of this, like, there's basically just keeping your head above water is just a constant struggle. Well, I mean, mixing metaphors a bit, turning it into a hot air balloon rather than keeping it above water, but you know, meta fan art. Reminded of Spooky Water's manga ink drawing? Sari invents the story of Icarus whenever the spot is at least colorized. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I like it. You know, I don't think anyone gets as much good use out of the exclamation mark as Sayori does. Yeah. And it's a hard bit of punctuation to use correctly. It's easy to sound over-enthusiastic or silly with it. You know, funny you say that, Yuri. Like, that's something I'm struggling a bit with in my writing turquoise. I mean, because it's Sayori's perspective, I don't have Sayori's. I mean, I like right now it's just text files, but I'm trying to picture how things look as I write it, and since I'm not going to have Sayori's sprite to refer to, a lot of emotion is going to be conveyed in punctuation marks, like putting exclamation marks after everything. Here we go with Yuri talking about punctuation, haha. Your series already over enthusiastic and silly, so it works anyway. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Anyway, moving on. But Sayori uses it for stinging emphasis. It's almost kind of ironic coming from her sometimes. Yeah, you know shit's gonna get real in a Sayori poem when the exclams start flying around. It's like when a clown starts laughing in a horror movie. No offense. That's okay. I'm kind of curious what this one represents, or what the metaphor is here. Oh man, no one ever asks Yuri what her complex stuff is about. I'm just curious. You don't have to say if you don't want to. Well, tell the truth, I don't think I really had anything specific I was representing. Maybe in a vague way. Like, have you ever been worried or restless and unable to focus because you feel like something's wrong? Like there's something you're supposed to do that you haven't done?
And even though you know there's nothing, you still feel that way? Yeah, that's relatable. And it's not like a crippling or awful feeling, it's just unsettling. I think this poem is about that, but I'm not sure. You can definitely read it that way. In that case, you should be feeling free and easy while flying in a balloon, but instead you feel anxious and troubled. Yeah, I could definitely read that into this text. Okay, wow, we are really running low on time. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding, Monica. Exclaims, yeah. Hey. Anyway, gotta breeze through this if we're going to answer emails. Here's mine. Utility. No one has to be good. Honestly, it's pretty hard to spend your life doing good deeds, to give everything you have to the needy, to donate your kidneys to a stranger. It's exhausting. Not to eat things that suffer, to give your change to the homeless. Or at least look them in the eyes like they're people when you pass. That's significant, by the way. Let's look around to that in a moment. It can even be really hard to be nice to the people around you, to not collapse into an all-devouring black hole of rage and pain and fear. Honestly, even being only a moderately terrible person is totally tiring. Who could ever be good? Donate kidneys to a stranger. I know someone who donated part of her liver to a stranger. That was a pretty intense bit of altruism. Apparently, that's a thing you can do. um, yeah, this line about or at least look them in the eyes like they're people when you pass is kind of speaks to me a bit because okay, story time. I'm gonna try to keep this quick because I know this has already been going on long. While back, I played a role. And details are unimportant. It was we were doing a song called "Brother, Can You Spare a Dime." It's about life during the dirty 30s, the Great Depression, and people who were once well off trying to just begging for change. They were like reduced to begging for change because the economic collapse of the 30s ruined them all. um, and yeah, and some of the guys in the group they had this thing going where they call it the Beggars Club. They were planned to actually go out in the street and beg for change to get an idea what it's like to help get into the role. And I did that. It's a very uncomfortable thing to do. It was so uncomfortable that I did it twice because the first time I could not work up the courage to ask anyone. It was hard. I'm the kind of person who's not used to asking for help, and even though it was just part of a practice acting exercise kind of thing, it was hard. I stood there in the street corner for like an hour, watching people pass by. And I'm actually ultimately glad that I did it twice because the second time around I came better prepared. I brought a hat. I put a few coins in there to start, so it was clear what my purpose was, because I figured it would help me work up the courage. And the way people treat me was very different the second time around. Like the first time around, like if I made eye contact with people, they'd smile back, or at least acknowledge me in some way as they pass by. The second time, practically everyone, avoided eye contact. And some people, deliberately created a wide berth between me and them, trying to stay as far away from me as possible. Almost nobody gave any change. This was years ago. This was when did I do that? This was that was That would have been 2003? Holy crap, that was 20 years ago. Yeah. No, it was 2000, or was it 2004? It was 2004, 19 years ago. Okay. Yeah, that was the Louisville performance. Yeah, I sing in a barbershop choir. We do some traveling sometimes. Um, I've had the barbershop thing for a long time too. Now that I think about it, that has been 21 years. um, Sorry, I'm falling behind in chat here. Internet blinked for a moment and was seeing if chat works. Sorry if I do that something. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Is tangent? Yeah, sorry. Hospital still rejects me when I come in with 31 buckets of entirely type O negative blood. Like, isn't this literally what you asked for? I was going to just take it. Cycle joke doesn't mean it's good every once in a while. Yeah, fair enough. To apologize for tangents, they are part of the Twermies experience. Yeah, I hope so. Hey, we're still retaining 6 viewers, so hey, someone must like my tangents. uh, anyway, sorry. The whole point of that story was it just taught me the value um, of just like actually treating homeless people like they're people. Because at the end of that second time, someone finally did pay attention to me, and she was very sweet. Like, didn't just make eye contact. Like she knelt down, like to come down to my level because I was sitting on the pavement at the time, and offered to like buy me a sandwich or something. And I was like incredibly grateful. I mean, she did give me change in the end. I said I didn't. I honestly wasn't there for the sandwich. It was just for the change, because I was like, part of our deal for the the quote unquote beggars club is we were trying to get a dime, which we would use symbolically or whatever. I probably still have that dime somewhere. I'm trying to think. I don't know where I would have put it. I don't know if I should spend stream time looking for it. I don't know. Maybe I'll look for it another time. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. I had it mounted on a pin, as some of the guys did. Just sort of a badge of honor kind of thing, I guess. It's like a literature podcast with one person and 5-ish video game characters. Yeah. But yeah, like when she did give me the handful of coins, which included a dime, I thanked her profusely for it, and like I meant it, because like after like over an hour of sitting there with nothing, with people like avoiding me, like treating me like a pariah, it was incredibly refreshing to have someone acknowledge me, and I make a point of, like, even if I don't give them, even if I don't give them change, I at least make eye contact with homeless people when I pass by them. It's the tiniest thing, but it's something they don't get much of, of people acknowledging them or treating them like as people, Why does Monica, the DDCM author avatar, have such weird focus on this topic? Oh, is she your author avatar now? Is that so? But, yeah, Who could ever be good? Anyway, moving right along. Is this about you, Monica? A little, I guess. I think it's more about everyone trying to do the right thing all the time, including me. I know it probably comes across as critical or sarcastic, but that's not the intention. Like the things in this poem are easier to do as you go down through the poem, but they can all be very hard in their own way, even the ones that should be minimally difficult. Yeah, it's pretty easy to be nice to people most of the time, but it's really hard to be a good person all of the time, or even some of the time, even though that's probably more important than being nice. Yeah, it is more important. Otherwise, what would we mean when we called things good or bad? I always wondered what we mean by that in the first place. I like the poem, Monica. I know we've talked before about how the way you use the page contributes to your poems. I've tried a couple of times to copy that a little, but can never do it as cleanly. Well, you can't do it just because. There has to be a reason. Like the reason some of my lines are indented in my poem this week. Sure, it's partially to affect the rhythm you might read it at, but it's also to separate the contents of those lines and make the reader realize, oh, this is part of a list of things, not part of the sentence created by the unindented line. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Spacing and indenting your lines can be as useful as punctuation. And getting Yuri's attention there. Punctuation and helping the reader make sense of your intent. Often more so. That's Monica's writing tip of the day. And on that note, shall we get started on emails? We have a lot this week. We have a lot this week. Dav, you just said the after the mod was cutting into so much time. Oh dear. Hope we're not going to get a super long one like last time. His preference as to things are usually preference. Oh, okay. Manga has been the AA for a while. The AA, what? Alcoholics Anonymous? What? We're going to job that frequently serves the homeless. Ah, okay, that's neat. MC halting a Yuri tangent exceptionally. Anyway, moving on. There's a huge backlog, so I kind of want to do a bunch today. Oh yeah, let's move the chat box over to this side. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'll go set up. While Sayori does that, don't forget, you can email me with questions for the club at the.club.prez.monka@gmail.com or by posting questions on the Reddit or YouTube pages where you find us. I read those too. Yeah, so it's, this note about the Reddit or YouTube pages is new from the last couple episodes. Anyway, moving on. I know summer vacation is coming up and we won't be having our regular meetings, but I think I'll still be able to bring the club together now and again to answer a bunch of extra emails. Wink. What's this wink expression here? Yeah, look at us go. Especially since you all have been so kind by writing us so many emails. The response has been really overwhelming. It's really been overwhelming. So keep the messages coming. Anyway, looks like Sarah's about to be ready with the first email, so let's rearrange the room and get started. Alright. Wall of text. Okay. Random chimp event is upon us. The chimps have been leading us to believe we are in control, leading us into a false sense of security. Everyone is worried about COVID, but no one is thinking where they will be during the random chimp event. The coronavirus was fueled by world leaders after they made a highly controversial deal with the chimps in 2015. The world leaders have now come to regret that choice because the second the deal was... What is going on here? The second the deal was sealed, the entire room was ravaged by chimps. Limbs were getting torn apart, the entire room covered in blood and gore. When the only surviving politician witnessed the horrors unfolding around him, he begged the chimps for mercy. One of the chimps lunged at him and tore his intestines out of his body while everyone is at home. Chimps are preparing their army. I do not have much time left. The random chimp event will happen on... Okay. Random chimp copy pasta? I guess? Is this some kind of Planet of the Apes situation here? Okay. I guess I'm glad they hit send before they were torn apart by chimps. F. Huh? I said F, Maga. Move on. Okay. Is that a grade or is that F to pay respects. The email screener needs a pay doc. I will have her pay. Haha, yeah. Heard of the portrait of Markov? Question, what kind of bear is best? False. Black bears. What do you mean false? Monica, you need to wait for someone else to say something before you say false. I don't get this one. I don't either, but bear hugs are the best bear. And that's our Sayori. Okay, that was clearly a reference to something I'm not getting. Sayori, favorite childhood board games, MC, what are your thoughts on OPM Season 2? And if you were disappointed, like the majority of us, you think they can recuperate the franchise? Natsuki, what was the hardest dish you have ever made? Yuri, if you could pick one free knife of any kind, one that you don't already have, what knife would it be? Monica, this is a much more serious of a question. What would you do if one day you heard your player died? It is something that would most likely happen one day, whether you know about it or not, since she is mortal. It is something to think about in the future. I think... I seem to recall that Monica After Story has... there's an instance that accounts for that. Just saying. All club members, if you guys are looking into trying out some more DDLC mods, specifically those with a high emphasis on storytelling and darker themes, then I highly recommend The Good Ending by Sam Kapner. Yeah. It's been one of my favorites so far. The mod itself is split up in 5 acts plus a demo with a prologue in Act 1 released now. Thank you for answering my questions. I played the prologue of The Good Ending, and that's a misnomer. It was not a good ending. It made me a little hesitant to play Act 1. He's still only up to Act 1, isn't he? I don't think he ever released more, did he? False. Mass sweep, huh? Considering the time keeping the good ending is a win? Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like, the writing and general quality of what I played so far in the prologue was really good. Had some neat coding effects in there too. But real downer ending. Like, for something titled The Good Ending, heck of a downer. Hopefully, I don't know, I mean, it seems to be implied that things are going to turn around later in the mod, but it's like, I don't know, bitten once, twice shy. I was reluctant to pick up Act 1 after that. In fact, the lock screen is from The Good Ending? Huh, that's cool. Okay, Sayori, first one is for you. So good childhood board games. Let's see, my family played a lot of Catan growing up. Hey, it's a good game, it's fun. Don't get to play it often enough. And I really liked Battleship for some reason. I haven't played that in forever. But later on, I really started to get into bigger games with lots of people, and anything at the game store that looked cool. But I guess Catan is the one that I really associate with my childhood. Let's see, let's see. OPM? Oh, One Punch Man. One Punch Man Season 2. Sorry, it took me a second to clue into that. Yeah, thoughts on that? It's cool. It was, how do you sum up the One Punch Man Season 2? I feel like Saitama was I feel like he was written differently in Season 2, and I'm not sure if that was supposed to be like character development or if it was like they just wanted to work with different themes, or whatever. I'm not gonna. One Punch Man Season 2 I just finished when this came out. It's a good show. It's a fun show, regardless. I'd be interested to see Season 3 if such a thing is being made. Anyway, moving on. Honestly, I didn't think it was quite that bad. Definitely agree that it was a disappointment, but I don't think it was a travesty. A lot of people say it was. Were people saying it was a travesty? I didn't. I haven't followed the discourse on it or anything. I mean, it would be difficult to follow up on season 1, but I don't know. I was all right with it. Anyway, fandoms just have a way of exaggerating the good and the bad, you know? I think the franchise will be fine. I mostly just think they tried to skim way too much of the animation budget for season 2. But in the end, I'm just glad we got an OPM anime at all, you know? It feels weird critiquing it seriously. Like, it's a super silly and awesome world, and I'm just glad that the anime exists, I guess. Hopefully they come back strong in season 3. And Natsuki was the hardest dish I ever made. The first time I tried to make cookies was a huge disaster. But that's not so much because the recipe was hard, so much as it was me sucking at baking back then. I had to think about the hardest recipe. Tiramisu is surprisingly hard to make. I'm not used to working with some of the ingredients and it requires a lot of precision. So I guess tiramisu is my answer. Oh shoot, what was Yuri's question again? Oh, it was the knife one. I would want a single-piece Damascus steel inward curved handle gyro knife, 250 millimeters. Maybe someday if I'm rich enough. Yeah, oh, this is a heavy one. Asking what if your player died? Well, probably like any time I have to deal with death, I'd completely lose my shit for a long time. I'd be crying for weeks on end, especially for the person who means the most to me. But it's not like the old days. I can't just destroy everything out of despair. You just have to keep on living, I guess. Because what else can you do other than die? And I hate death. We're bringing that theme back now, are we? Anyway, depressing topic over. I know about the good ending, but I'm holding off playing it until it's done. It's probably a good call. If a mod has a fixed end to it, we wait until the whole thing is out to play it. Oh. It says, coming from the individual making a mod which is being released episodically, 36 episodes so far, 11 episodes deep as of this writing here. Waiting for it to be finished. Good luck then. Yeah, exactly. Hypocritical Monica. We like to binge mods, basically. Plus, then we don't have to deal with cliffhangers. Yeah, like at the end of the good ending prologue, perhaps? But does this mod have a fixed ending? Does it? Good question. Only you can answer. Thanks for your question, Connor. Wonder what everyone thinks about metal and metal bands, AC/DC, Iron Maiden, etc. There are a few metal bands that I like, even though it's not my favorite genre as a whole. My two favorites are Black Sabbath and Judas Priest. On brand. I guess I guess I'm not particularly into metal, though I don't hate it. I kind of like cheesy hair metal, like the Scorpions, even though No One Like You and Rock You Like a Hurricane are basically the same song. That's kind of what I like about it. It's simple and straightforward. Not my genre, guys. Sorry. Not really mine either, I guess. I do love Metallica. There's nothing wrong with that. Metallica's awesome. Okay, so my favorite metal bands? Slayer, Pantera, The Sword, Sabaton, and... Ooh, Slipknot. I almost forgot Slipknot. AC/DC is fun though. They're like more fun metal. Sayori has they named more bands than anyone else. Next episode on Doki Doki Literature Club meetings? Yeah. Sayori thinks AC is metal. Yeah. More fun metal. Yeah. As to the viewer's other suggestion, Iron Sorry, it is kind of funny. Sorry, Big Limp Bizkit band, haha. As to the viewer's other suggestion, Iron Maiden isn't my absolute favorite, but I do appreciate the music quite a bit. I love the historical theming on their music. Alright, let's move on. Another long one, eh? Dev, how many emails are there in this one? Yeah.
I just want to say that I'm really appreciated that you guys were able to answer my questions, and I enjoyed Natsuk's reaction to what I call her. Lol. Okay, so this is the same guy who wrote before, I guess. Anyways, here are my questions for y'all. Didn't Natsuki object to being called Natsuks? Oh well. Question 1, would you guys be alright with having another male member for the club, so MC will be able to talk with someone that is relatable to him? Oh yeah, let's bring Kenzo in. Why not? That could be a train wreck. What do you guys want from someone that you want to have a relationship with? Like, what characters, attributes do you want to see from them? Question 3, what are your guys' hobbies? By the way, I don't know how Natsuki's gonna rip out my vertebrae, especially since I'm already dead for 230 years. What? If you're gonna ask how I'm communicating with you, that's something you just have to figure out, Lenny Face. I'm still calling you Natsuks. Great chat with y'all, Benjamin Franklin. Lenny Face. Natsuks. Yeah. This is the guy who Natsuki threatened with vertebrae theft. Yeah. I do recall. She did it all for the cookie. It's funny. She's going to die one day. It is guaranteed now. Hide yourself. Kenzo in the Literature Club. Could you imagine? Yeah. Benjamin Franklin is canon in DDCM. There's some, like, a Clone High reference or something. Anyway, moving on. Another one for all of us, guys. Let's gather around. I didn't say I'd kill you. I said I'd take your vertebrae, Mr. Franklin. Now, if you can, reach around to your back and tell me what happened to all your vertebrae. Well, hey, I mean, arguably, removing vertebrae doesn't need to be done while someone's alive. Anyway, so, okay. Moving on. Let me answer your question to me. I don't think I need another guy in the club to have someone to relate to. I relate to the girls just fine. Seriously? You wouldn't like having a guy around here? I don't know what secret guy stuff guys talk about. Probably her chicks are hot. Yeah, that's more or less it. No, I think we'd all be alright with it. But also, I don't think we're going to go out of our way to make it happen. Most of us are pretty content with the literature club just as it is. Although we'd be happy to have enthusiastic new members too. Moving on to the second part of your question. What traits in a partner do we want? It's sort of hard for me to say for obvious reasons, but someone who's you, basically. Oh, Monica flirting again. My throat is... It's feeling really tired. I hope there isn't too much more of this. I'm actually a little concerned about tomorrow. It's feeling tired enough that I'm concerned about tomorrow's stream. Hopefully I can recover during the night. But shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna comment about friggin' gender roles. What secret guy stuff guys talk about? Just, like, that doesn't have to be a gender thing, but whatever. Yeah, which does Monica think of Take Two? Failure to touch on that on Take Two? I don't think Take Two has been mentioned. I think I'd ask that later, yeah. Monica hated next question. Delicious gender roles, yeah. Nom nom nom. Anyway, moving on. That's really all that matters to me. I'll pass on this one too. Yeah. Aw, that's no fun. We have to answer the question. I guess I really appreciate kindness and gentleness. I don't really care too much about what you look like or anything, but it is important to me that you be like a nice person at heart. I think I'm still figuring out what I want from someone in a relationship. I guess I'm such an introverted person that what I care most about is acceptance. I need someone who will accept me for who I am, with all my weirdness and complexity. But then I think everyone wants that, so
I don't know what's unique to me yet. Yeah. Good philosophical questioning there. Kind of invented to love all of you, so yeah. Maybe I'll know more when I learn more about myself.
And you guys have really poorly detailed requirements. You need to have specifications. Like, for me, they need to be strong. But not like physically strong, emotionally strong, able to go through a tough ordeal and come out wiser and better on the other side. Also, they need to be intelligent. I can't stand dumb people. They definitely need to be fun to be around. I need to enjoy it when we're in each other's space. Being physically attractive never hurts. Oh, and because I'm small, they need to be tall. Small spelled S-M-O-L and tall spelled T-O-L.
Or is it small and tall? Sosnatsky?
Because that's a great dynamic. Why? Why is everyone looking at me like that?
Nothing. One question. Is that...
Yuri pointedly looking away.
I mean, okay. Moving on. On question 3, you basically already know my hobbies, I think. Volleyball, coding, helping out with student council, chess sometimes.
I play soccer and basketball, play video games, and obviously I read manga and bake. Other than literature club stuff, that's about it.
Yeah, haha, Natsuki said that's about it. The Natsuri is palpable, yeah. Anime, video games, the usual. I actually know how to sail too, but I don't get the chance that often. Sail? What, he goes boating? Wow, really? He really does. He's taken me a couple of times. It's fun. I don't always have the energy, but I like to do gardening. Although I'm not very good at it. Coding has been my big new hobby. Obviously you know I like to read, and I collect knives, but recently I've been spending all my time learning how to code. Yeah? Good answers, everyone. Let's move on. Why did you move in front of Sayori there? That feels like a bug there. Yeah, and then they just cleared afterwards. So it's not like she moved there to be out of the way for the next email or something. Uh-oh. I didn't read fast enough. So he knows how to sail too, so she keeps shipping everyone. Haha. Is you just see pan jokes level of cringe. Yeah. She did that in her world. What can I do? Yeah. Alright, so I have no idea what the question is because Monica's and Yuri's heads are in the way. Monica says, I think us 3 are the only 3 that know much about programming. Okay, so I guess it's something about programming. Hi, something. Coder like me, so I wanted to ask others' favorite languages. Something you asked them. So inferring from context, the reader is saying something about you being your coder like me. That looks like part of an M, so presumably they're addressing Monica. Basically wanted to ask you about favorite coding languages, presumably. Something you ask them, so probably, I guess, addressing Monica, asking if she would ask other people about coding languages. Their coding languages, paraphrase, yeah. Like I know you're a coder, like you want to ask your favorite. Yeah, there you go. Anyway. Moving right along. I'm not super good at anything other than Python and RenPy, but I've learned a little bit of C++. It has its drawbacks, but it's definitely my favorite non-Python language so far. I barely know how to do RenPy stuff, mostly just the stuff Monica's taught me. Sorry. I did once learn a bit of C++ back in the day. It's so long ago that I've forgotten it, though. Yeah, I've also done a bit of coding in BASIC way back. The Atari system that I had back in the 80s had BASIC, like the original BASIC. I messed around with that a bit. That's going way back. And and my high school had a class in Turbo Pascal for some reason, so I worked with that a bit. So I had a bit of experience coding when I started working with RenPy, making mods. I'm stuffed. TDMC running gag. Anyway, move on. So I guess that's my favorite. I'm not very proficient in much other than RenPy, like Monica, but I've done a bit of a tour of other languages, and so far the one that fascinates me the most is Go. Oh, I haven't even heard of that one. It's kind of like a better C, you know? I guess we're not good enough yet to give really interesting answers. Ask us again in a few years when we're more experienced. Would have thought they'd want to learn Python, frankly, because RenPy is based on Python. So if you know Python, you can do a lot more with it. Oh well, anyway. Okay, next message. Gosh, it's been a while since I managed to ask my favorite club questions. Stuff has been busy lately with online schoolwork. Anyway, I miss you guys so much. Back to business. I have 3 questions today. For Best Girl Natsuki, how dare you mention lots of cool games last episode, and yet you didn't even mention Monster Hunter LOL, so have you played it? For Yuri, I don't know how to say this, but are you aware that you look like a character Aohori from Ao-chan can't study? Ao-chan? Ao-chan can study. That title's familiar. I think I saw... at one time I had an account on High Dive, which is an anime site, and that particular email or anime was featured very prominently in ads that kept popping up. I didn't get into it or anything. I think it's a main character, a female main character, getting distracted from her studies by boys in the school or something like that. So the point is, yeah, Alex Java's weird cousin that I favorite used to be really good at Scratch for some reason. Game Maker, oh yeah. RenPy super fun so far. Python's a thing. C++ is horrendous for me. Can you guess why? Based on my previous listed opinions. Whoops, up before. So like HTML and CSS, but those don't really count. No, I don't see why they wouldn't count. I mean, it's still coding. Anyway, Ao-chan can't study. For the whole club, if you guys can live in one anime world, where would it be and why? That's all, my darlings. Love you all. Lyra Heartstrings. Oh, how? Still a best girl, baby. Yeah, I play Monster Hunter. The old Monster Hunter games kind of remind of Dark Souls. Remind me of Dark Souls, perhaps? Not in difficulty, but in general feel. Anyway, I think they're pretty fun. Your turn, Yuri. They want to know if you're like Ao-chan from Ao-chan Can't Study. I've never seen whatever that is, so I couldn't say. Here, I pulled it up on my phone. Yeah, I can see the resemblance. Yeah, although she looks a little more childish in the face than you do. Yeah, you look more wise and learned. Guess it's not a compilable thing, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. Are the personalities the same? I mean, in some ways, yes. You're both really easily flustered. But in general, I'd say no. You're way less interested in people than she is, usually. Yeah. Yes. I am much more deep, interesting, and profound than... As to which anime I'd live in, it's hard for me to say as a non-anime person, but I like the sound of that non-Bayuri show that Sari likes, so I'll go with that one. That's the one that Dev recommended, like, after episode 1. Yeah, it's on my list. I'll watch it at some point. Haha, so slight spoiler, we eventually meet Yuri's parents. Okay. They have a closet to the exact dynamic of Komi's parents. Close to the exact dynamic of Komi's parents. Komi, as in Komi Can't Communicate, which is an anime which I'm aware of but haven't watched. I'm presuming that's what that reference is. This is a topic of Yuri lookalikes. This is well before Komi came out. Komi, yeah. As a non-anime person, have you looked in a mirror recently, Yuri? Huh. Yeah. By Yuri. Jojo, duh. Who doesn't want to be a stand master? I don't think I could live in non-Bayori's world. As nice as it is, too few people around. I think I'll actually get a little risky and go for High School of the Dead. I think I could be really useful there. You'd want to live in a zombie apocalypse. Weird. Anyway, Natsuki told me to watch one called Love is War recently, and I've been enjoying that world, and I liked all those characters. Plus, it's a familiar setting, and I kind of identify with all of them, so I'd go for that. Definitely not One Punch Man. People die arbitrarily in that show all the time. Yeah. Pretty much. I think the world of Steins Gate is pretty cool, and it presents a lot of interesting questions about what you do in that world. So I'll go with that. Thanks for taking the time to write to us again, Lyra. Hope to hear from you again soon. Love you. This question is for both Monika and Sayori. I now know you guys like Radiohead, or at least something is your favorite song by Radiohead. Mine is Creep Shade. Manga, sure that too. Manga may predate DDCM, not sure. Manga predates DDLC itself, I think. Fair enough. Yeah. I don't know how long is Komi? Now I'm curious. Okay, so adaptations. It looks like the anime came out in 2021, but I think there's a. Okay, so but the manga has been out since 2016. So the manga predates DDLC, but the anime does not. If I'm reading this right, I'm just skimming it. Anyway, yeah, just curious. Anyway. Alright, mine is the one I wrote a poem about, where I end and you begin. I also really like Deck Stark from their most recent album. Creep is, well, it's good, but it's also a little different from most Radiohead. So, Monika had me listen to OK Computer a few weeks back, and Climbing Up the Walls was amazing. I didn't think anything could be so horrifying and so beautiful at the same time. So far, that one's my favorite. Yeah. Seeing all these Radiohead references in here, it kind of makes me wonder if the creator of Exit the mod Exit Music has played this. Whatever name and gender the author of that mod goes by these days, I believe that's been in flux in recent years. Last I heard, they're going by the name Penny, I think. But there's another name too. I don't know. My information might be out of date. Sorry, I'm going. Dance inspirations for Yuri was Komi. Yeah, talked to them once. It's a little different from most Radiohead. Was most Radiohead anyway? Yeah. Both greatly appreciate. Appreciate Radiohead. Yeah, cool. Forgive not creep. It's safe to say. Anyway. All right. Sorry. I need to move on, or I'm never gonna get through this. I still need to listen to the rest of their stuff, though. Yeah, that's a good one. Let Down and Exit Music for a Film are some of my favorites off that album. Anyway, moving on before Natsuki yells at me for ranting about Radiohead again. If you could go back in time to meet anyone, who would it be? Prime. I think I would want to meet Empress Suko, the first reigning female Japanese empress. She seems like she would be really interesting to talk to. I've not even heard of her.
Empress Suiko, eh? That's cool. I'd really want to meet Alan Turing. Oh yeah. He's kind of a hero of mine. Really? That's interesting from Natsuki. You know, the basically the father of modern computing. And he had such a sad life, poor guy. Yeah, he was a war hero. He was like cracking Nazi codes and stuff, and as well as like inventing for the time advanced computers as well. I mean, computers were still a new thing there then. And then people found out that he was gay, and he got arrested for being gay because it was illegal, and he was chemically castrated, and then he committed suicide after that, which just sucks on many levels. And he's just a historical example of just how horrible society has been to LGBT folks over the, just kind of generally throughout history, I guess. Natsuki as a gay hero, eh? Yeah. Absolute war hero, completely crushed out by his society. Yeah, very sad. Yeah, seriously. It's, it's... Just way to show a lack of gratitude, right? Anyway, moving on. For me, it would be Johann Kepler. He was an astronomer, but more importantly, he was the man to whom the truth mattered above everything else, and I respect that immensely. I think I'd want to go back and meet Mr. Rogers. Oh yeah, not very far back in time there. No, but he seems like the kind of person I'd really want to be friends with. Yeah. Yeah, he's really big advocate for giving what am I trying to say here? Giving children a very nurturing environment, and like there's that famous video as making the appeal to the what was it, public broadcasting system or whatever it was. About starting his own show in the Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Anyway, sorry. I have to stop rambling. Let's move on here. This is a very, very difficult one for me. There are so many people from history that I'd love to meet. I think in the end, if I only had to pick one person, I'd want to meet Siddhartha Gautama. Another person I haven't heard of. Not because he founded a major religion, indeed, but because he seemed like an exceptionally wise man. Next question. How many more of these are there going to be? This is my first time asking a question to the club, and I thought really hard on the questions I want to ask you guys, so here they are. 1. For Yuri, has it ever bothered you that your name literally means lesbian in Japanese translation? No offense. Number 2. For Sayori, how do you feel knowing so many people relate to how you have depression and they see you as a role model that helps them get better? Is that true? Do people see Sayori as a role model for how to... Sayori killed herself. That's canon. Who's seeing her as a role model for her helping them get better? I mean, I don't know. Maybe if people played Sayori Says No to Suicide, shameless plug. I mean, like, my next thought is, well, maybe in the context of this mod, but like, well, no, even in this mod, she isn't exactly a role model for that either, because she's made some terrible decisions in this mod. No offense. She's made some pretty awful. I mean, she did things that motivated the plot and created drama. So hey, no complaints about that. But appreciating them from like a real life standpoint, just like these she doesn't have the best coping mechanisms.
she's got a number of self-destructive coping mechanisms, quite frankly. Zero's not normal, but she's engaging in self-destructive behaviors constantly. Yeah, exactly. I'm just a little baffled about where this is coming from. Who sees her as a role model? Oh well, anyway, moving on. For Natsuki, aren't you considering the fact that you and MC both love manga, that maybe you and him might have a chance? A chance? A chance at one? At what, dear writer? Anyway, for manga, what advice can you give to people who made a mistake and want to redeem themselves? For MC, name one anime that made you cry. Lol. For 6, for whole club, if you guys can be an anime character, who would you be and why? Thanks in advance, Literature Club. Jen Morin. Easy. Ooh boy, here we go. You're up first. Angry Yuri with the angry eyebrows. Look, you all are gamers out there mostly, right? Ooh, the music stopped. Oh, we're getting serious here. Imagine that it's 1980, and your name is Zelda, and then that game comes out, and then everywhere you go after that for the rest of your life. Oh, Zelda, like the video game was. Okay, the main character of that game is Link, of course. Like the princess from the video game. Yes, you would be aware. Kids would tease you about it infinitely growing up, and you would be annoyed. But it would keep happening, long past the point of annoyance. I wonder if Zelda Williams gets that. Robin Williams, the famous actor, like his favorite game was Legend of Zelda, and he named his daughter Zelda. I imagine she probably gets that a lot. Anyway, it would keep happening long past the point of annoyance until you lost the capacity for feeling even annoyed about it. Until you became cold and dead inside with regard to your name's other meaning. Get my drift? Anyway, a lot of anime questions today. Which anime character would I be? Natsuki, who's the dark-haired one from the anime you like? Sorry, who's the dark-haired one from the anime you like? Lisa? Yeah, her. I be her. She seems like someone you'd want to be. That actually kind of works. Okay, so your turn. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Lisa, so I can't comment on it. Well, that's even worse. Serious response. Do you guys really see me that way? I mean, I don't feel like I make a very good role model for dealing with depression. I feel like I lose most of my battles to it. You guys really should use me as a role model. Yeah, no kidding. I'm sure there are better ones out there. I know I can be cheerful and stuff, but you don't want to be like me. Really. Aww. Anyway, a little bit of really blunt honesty from Sayori there. Chad Yuri refuses to refer to JoJo by name and just calls it that anime Natsuki likes. Oh, okay. That is funny. I didn't clue into the being a JoJo reference. Anyway, I think it's your turn now, Natsuki. Okay, so now you're having pauses in between them, so to give the chance to read, which is at odds with that one message where they just popped in front of it. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. So, someone's shipping Natsuki with MC. Us both liking manga isn't enough for compatibility, no matter what Sayori says. And like I said, MC and Sayori is the OTP. So I must restrain my natural irresistibility to prevent MC from falling for me. If I were an anime character, I think I'd actually want to be Sakura Haruno. She gets really cool character development and turns into a badass later on. Okay, Monica, you're up. Let's see. They want to redeem themselves. Well, There's a lot of obvious stuff, like acknowledging fully what you did wrong. You can see that I'm learning here. Still not perfect, yeah. Well, nobody's perfect, anyway. Honestly, acknowledging it to yourself and the people you hurt. Wait, did I read that last line? Oh, obviously, okay. Acknowledging fully what you did wrong. Also acknowledging it to yourself and the people you hurt. And obviously making amends and so forth. But the hardest part for me, and the thing I'd want to pass along, is that you can't look down on yourself forever after. You have to still believe in yourself and to believe that you're fundamentally a good person. If you can't believe you're a good person, you won't act like one. So to people going through something like what I'm going through with themselves, it's good to have your friends and family stick by you, but make sure that you do too, okay? Now, if I were an anime character, I'd go with Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. She's so competent. Yeah, it's I watched that anime recently. It's the major, right? The female major. Oh yeah, she's kind of a badass. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, I need to get to the end of this thing. All right. Okay. We're moving on. MC, last one's yours. Okay. Oops. Oh, the anime will lead you cry. Okay. Okay. So it might not be full crying, but it definitely got a little dusty in the room where Kura Sensei's class finally accomplished their mission. Kura Sensei? If you know, you know. If I were an anime character, I'd want to be Lelouch from Code Geass? Dude has it together, you know? Ah, yes, the protagonist of a harem anime. Of course, of course. Oh boy. The next email is a long argument to Yuri that manga is literature. Is that a joke? So he's referring to Assassination Classroom and that first one, good anime? Okay. Okay. Alright, moving on. Code Geass is not a harem anime. It totally is, though. Moving on to the next question. Hello Yuri, manga the great literature created in Japan. Great might be an opinion, but it is a fact that manga is literature. We've proven here in this essay. I know what you're thinking. Joseph, why are you writing an entire essay explaining what manga is literature? To make a long story short, a good pal of mine told a great pal of mine that manga is not considered literature. Though manga has many more pictures than most other types of books, most manga has words and tell a story. Just like most other books, manga can go for a long time before the book ends. And just like basically any other book, many mangas are part of a franchise, aka a story, continuing on through multiple books. This feels like you're bringing up a whole lot of irrelevant points. But whatever, okay. And again, just like any other type of book, manga sometimes associated with cartoons, live action, anime. Picture book may not have any words inside but tell the story. The author of a picture book first has to write out a story, then illustrate it onto paper, making it understandable, giving to what is going on in the story, even though there are no words. But that manga is indeed considered as literature, just as a picture book is considered literature. Just as a picture book is considered literature? What, as in a picture book, as in a book that has only pictures and no words? You're stretching. Okay, you're stretching the definition of literature too much there now. This feels like ChatGPT. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, it's spaced and formatted like a college paper. Tapping out on this one, BRB, good choice. This essay annoyed me because it was clearly written to fulfill a word count school style and completely ignored Yuri's point about what literature means for. Yeah, thanks. I'm pretty annoyed by it too, actually. No, it's written to fulfill a word count, and it's, yeah, it's. You know, I have a beef with about a lot of styling that the schools insist on. Like when I was in high school, it was emphasized to write essays in a certain style where you had like a five paragraph format
where the first paragraph you introduce your points, like state what the points are, and then paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 are where you go through each of those points in turn, and then paragraph 5 is your conclusion, where you sum up your points. You know, it's all well and good to have that as a. I mean, it can work as like a useful tool to fall back on or something, but personally, I think my most persuasive writing that I've done did not follow any such format. I think it works better. It makes the writing more persuasive if the paragraphs flow into each other, like the points just kind of flow better, you know. Having that style that they force you to write in makes everything feel more disjointed and awkward, and I feel like the overall effect of the essay loses something. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of the format that schools teach, you know. I've written plenty of like impromptu essays like online and forums and stuff, so that I think are much better quality than anything I ever wrote for school. God, if you were going to do viewer interaction, then interact with the characters? Yeah. Anyway. Oh, right. Joseph here promised to write Yuri an essay on the topic of manga being literature. Oh no. And he did. Oh, this I have to see. Long pause. Longer pause. Turn the page, please. But Joseph, wouldn't that mean TV shows are literature too? And why do you hate Yuri so much? Well, maybe not the TV show itself. Oh, and I want to make it clear that I don't hate Yuri. Yuri said on April 22, 2020, and I quote, I would say that the extent that theater and music lyrics are literature depends on the extent that their written content is viable without the support from other stuff. For instance, Hamlet is wonderful just as written words on a page. It doesn't need theatrical production, and music lyrics stand alone as good poems in their own right. But the writing of most TV, movies, and video games do not do well when segregated from their respective media. I have to give that to Yuri on that one, and really, even with entering picture books as a form of literature. Anyway, I have to give that to Yuri and on that one. And although if you take away the pictures from manga, it does become more difficult to tell what is going on, but that doesn't mean that it is not literature. That is all I really can write about. You can check for more updates on this, but I don't think there will be unless I start putting random facts about manga on her, like the first manga came out during the late 18th century or whatever. Thank you for reading, and that is all I have to say. Sincerely, Joseph. P.S. Even if you say manga is not literature, it can and has been proven. P.S. P.S. I don't hate Yuri, and she is pretty cool. Has been proven. Yes, well, counterpoint, your defense is dumb. Your proof is dumb. Sorry, it's just as you said, it didn't even address Yuri's points. I mean, well, okay, it did eventually. Like the beginning part of it was just a lot of rambling, and this. Basically, this whole thing can be summed up as, yes, it is. Like, you could have summed up all of this by just saying, yes, it is, because that's their entire argument. They didn't have anything to add to what was already said. No, viewer, yeah, exactly. You see why I included this one, though. Oh yeah. There serious opinion of the assassination of Brangwyn Spurge? I'm not familiar with that at all. So
Sometimes it's good for the club to dunk on the viewers. Good for your own sanity, I suppose. I can see that. Right, moving on. Long pause. Huh. I mean, basically, you just said, good point, but that doesn't mean that manga isn't literature. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Yuri. So, while I respect your points about manga having coherent stories, I still do not accept that this means manga is literature. Natsuki, what do you think? Natsuki starts slowly clapping, and she gradually starts clapping faster and harder as she stares straight ahead as she claps furiously, then stops and sits down. Well, okay then. Moving along. Which one is the best? Pancakes, waffles, or French toast? And you put MC's face right in front of it. I read it just in time. What would they just call your... No, just... Fingers for just some weird multimedia. This is also a novel. I have no clue what's going on in it. Let's give the Citizen Kane reference. Oh, right, yeah. I haven't seen that movie in forever, and I think I don't think I even saw the whole thing. But I'm aware of the that applause gif of the guy from Citizen Kane. Anyway, moving on. French toast, especially with the powdered sugar on top. Good stuff. There's a restaurant I used to whenever there's a particular mall that whenever my mom took me there, we would go to a particular restaurant which had really good French toast, and I have fond memories of that. Anyway, moving on. It's really close between pancakes and French toast, but pancakes. Waffles! French toast. Definitely waffles. And there you have it. I think we have time for one more. It's a Reddit question. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna go use the washroom again. You know what? Here, I'll move the... Oh no, I moved everything. I was gonna... just move that down. I just moved it down to the bottom. There you go. I'll be right back. Okay. And I'm back. Let's reposition that thing in the center. And then, whoop, hide. Um, sorry for being a bit low energy at the end here. I might learn to dread the email section of this mod. I'm just spelling primary. The Reddit question has arrived. French toast is peak. Very possible place for there to be mass piled users. Reddit is the place to think. Say ahead of email. Yeah. How prolific of a Redditor are you? When does the narwhal bacon? Use Reddit anymore? No. I use Reddit anymore solely to do club meeting stuff. Yeah, fair. Alright, here we go. Hello Monica, Sari, Natsuki, Yuri, and MC. First of all, I wish MC all the best for the birthday. Then I wanted to tell you that I love you and these club meetings more than anything and hope you keep going. I also have depression like Sari, but thanks to you and especially Sari, I can cope with the rain clouds and can keep a cool head, so thank you. And also if any of you have any problems, please write to me. Wait, what? This is a one-way arrangement, dude. Write to me and I'll see what I can do. And now the questions to Monica. I love you and your writing tips and wanted to ask how you got those tips. MC and Siri, do you know the animated sword art online and Darling in the Franxx? To Yuri, I wanted to tell you that every club meeting and the longer I see you and what? Sorry. I wanted to tell you that with every club meeting and the longer I see you and the better I get to know you, the more I just like you on the edge. What? Is there punctuation? What? Is this going to set Yuri off on punctuation complaint? Like on the edge, the question is, which book could you recommend to me? Natsuki, I always wanted to tell you that you are super cute and there is nothing bad about it because the others agree with me. The question is, how did you find the game The Walking Dead that you played? I've already played it through and found it super sad when Lee died at the end. Spoilers! Oh yes, and I also wrote a poem for you. The Literature Club. Woken up by sunlight in the morning, I start the day full of anticipation for the Literature Club. I sit in class, finally lessons over, time for the club. I arrive and 5 happy faces await me. Sari, Monica, Yuri, Natsuki, and MC. I am always sad when this wonderful time ends. I think with confidence to meet the next and hope that time goes by quickly so that I can see my best friends again quickly. I hope you liked it. Best regards from Florian. Deaf right to them is the Dokis, yeah. You're the only person who could make the narwhal bacon funny? I'm not familiar with narwhal bacon. I just know the narwhal song from Weebles and stuff. Narwhals, narwhals swimming in the ocean. It's causing a commotion because they are so awesome. Narwhals, narwhals in the ocean. How's that go? Pretty big and pretty white. Beat a polar bear in a fight. I had it memorized at one time. This is going back. Something. Shoot, I've forgotten how that song goes now. Beautiful, they're in a fight like an underwater unicorn. They got a kick-ass facial horn. They are the Jedi of the sea. They stop Cthulhu eating ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Just don't let them touch your paws. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Inventors at the shish kebab. I don't know. Sorry. That just randomly reminded me of that song. It's just one of those weird internet things from back in the day. Anyway, catching up on chat. The Dokis are their best friends. You need to try. You wouldn't get it. He will in 1 hour and 50 minutes. That's why he needs to finish this episode before then. Oh, really? Okay. If he's busy. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Okay, so read the thing. I've already forgotten the questions by now. Okay, so the question first, Monaco, is about the writing tips. Okay. Let's see, the first real question's for me. How I got my writing tips? I mean, mostly through experience, although some of it was reading what other writers have to say about writing. I especially recommend Kurt Vonnegut for that. He has some great writing tips. But really, the way I've gotten all my information is just practice and reading other people's writing. And that's the best way to improve. That's my writing tip of the day. Sort of online and Darling in the Franxx. I've heard of both of those, but I've never seen them. I can't say I like SAO that much, to be honest. It's not awful like some people say, it's just not my thing. Darling in the Franxx is really good though. What's this? MC likes yet another goddamn mecha anime? Alert the press. Guilty as charged. What book can I recommend? Well, that's kind of hard to say without knowing anything about what you like. Yeah. No, that's a good point. It's like, that kind of question is like, DDLC connection. It's like, there are a lot of people who ask, are there any good mods out there? Full stop. And, like, they don't know further details. Like, there are like over 200 mods out there. Like, it really depends on what you like, because there are all kinds of different mods. So it's a difficult question to ask without further information. This is a joke. You have no extra time limit? Okay. Other than your own personal endurance. Well, yes. Don't worry, the club assumes you will get lost in this text in a while and will summarize for you. That's good. The Franks. Yeah. Yes, these play Doki Doki Club being trademark. Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, now that I'm going through it, I can say I recommend it from experience. Like I'll periodically say, hey, I haven't played it, but I hear good things about club meetings. But now I can say from experience that yes, I can recommend this. I can fully recommend it because it actually not just blowing smoke up here or whatever, but I do appreciate like the writing, the characterization, the themes it works with, hints of messages going on in there. There's a lot of quality stuff on a lot of levels going into these mods here. I am impressed and I appreciate it, and it makes it interesting to keep coming back to these. There are some other mods which I could name, which were just a chore to come back to each day. I push through a little bit more, but this is aside from some email sections, it's been pretty neat. Creative players don't sleep until you finish. Before you start hating it a few seasons in, yeah. Seriously, start hating it in episode 30? Well, we'll see about that. Because of the character sprites and main menu art? Okay. True. Well, we'll see about that. So think about someone from a DLC community I'm in who just really hates season 3, but that's a discussion for then. No foreshadowing occurred. Yeah, right. None at all. Of course. Anyway, moving right along. But how about the works of Ramsey Campbell, if you like horror? He's like a less problematic H.P. Lovecraft. Less problematic H.P. Lovecraft. That's funny. Because H.P. Lovecraft, prolific writer, is also famously very racist, or
was racist, I suppose. Anyway, moving on. Let's see, how did I come across The Walking Dead? You'll notice I'm ignoring you calling me cute. I think I just saw that... Except, are you ignoring it, though? I think I just saw that it was a Telltale game on Steam and tried it, and then, like everyone else, I got immediately emotionally invested. Careful with the spoilers there, though, bro. Yuri hasn't finished it yet. No looking at this part, Yuri.
I won't.
Your poem's really sweet, Florian. It's kind of weird to think that we mean so much to so many people. Just a silly high school activity club, after all. I'm glad you guys like spending time with us.
Alright, we're super over budget on time. Let's get packed up. Are you? Oh, over budget on time. Okay. That's okay. Let's get packed up. Okay, is there going to be more? Are we done yet? Okay, at least we're done. We're past the email section. Okay, everyone. It was a 4-hour DDCM stream. Yeah, no kidding. I think we're about done for today, and it's super late, so we'll keep this quick. Yeah, I mean, if there was an intended 12 episodes, and you know, taking a long break after episode 12, I'm presuming this is going to be a super cliffhanger, so it can properly resolve at the end of episode 12. And there's an approximately 1,000,000% chance that the end of this episode is going to involve Sayori, because all of them involve Sayori so far. I mean, that just seems to be the running theme. 2 after club scenes, as I recall. Of course, it's theoretically, mathematically impossible for there to be a 1,000,000% chance, but you know. Anyway, moving on. I think we're about done for today, and it's super late, so we'll keep this quick. Next week is our last meeting before summer break, so to bring things kind of full circle for this year, let's rewrite a poem that we wrote during the week of the festival. Anything I'm forgetting? It's my turn next to be club president on your week off, right? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! So the absolutely wrong lol, very rude Mako will MC too. Yeah, well, I mean, like, at the end of last session, when Sayori overheard Monica talking about her suicide program, yeah, like, my first thought was, well, I mean, that could be a problem when the next time that Sayori gets to be club president, because then she's going to have access to the code and all that. So I guess, you know, the next session is going to be all about her fighting that temptation. You know, temptation. This is a progress check poem where we overview the character development. Anyway, moving on. Yes, but that's not for a couple of weeks. Wait, is it? So next, okay. For a couple of weeks, but you just said that next week is your week. Oh, okay, whatever. Right, but this is finals week, and I think you deserve a break during finals week. So why don't I take over for you a little early? Yeah, MC not looking pleased about this. I kind of hope he's gonna, like, call her out on that. Like, why are you suddenly so eager to do this at the same time that suddenly you're unconcerned about finals and stuff? And we're talking about how the feature not having any meaning, like, Well, anyway. Doesn't mess with my studying like it probably does yours. Well, that's very considerate of you, Sayori, and you're probably right. Is everyone else okay with this? I don't see why not. It's fine with me. MC's being strong and silent, I guess. MC, that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine. Then I move that Sayori be elected acting president of the Literature Club, and Monica be elected acting vice president. Seconded. Any opposed? The motion carries.
It's a running thing of their eyes changing when they get presidential powers. I'm getting Siri Date vibes from that. If anyone's played that mod.
All right, time to go home.
Focus change fail and expression change fail.
Yuri, you walking home with us today? Actually, today I'm going with Natsuki to Maka's house to study. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
See you tomorrow, then. Yep, see you then. Bye, guys. Be careful on the way home. Study hard. Acting Vice President of the Literature Club commands it.
Yeah.
Hey, that's my catchphrase. Nope, it's mine now, for as long as I'm the Vice President.
Catchphrase theft, yeah. Maka just a very long yawn?
Okay, bye for real, guys.
Sound of the others' footsteps fades as they walk down the hallway. Are you about ready to go?
Yeah, about that.
What do you mean about that? What you doing, Sayori?
I'm actually going over to see Kenzo today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Hey, did it right again. Maybe this is a new permanent thing where it just gets the that correct each time. Anyway. Well, this is all darkly ominous.
There will be no consistency.
If you say so. It started with a to that at the beginning of this session, but it seems to be pretty consistent about the that's. Anyway.
MC,
You're worried over nothing. I'm fine. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Come on, shoo, I'll look up here.
Oh, okay.
And oh good, it's starting to rain. Of course it's starting to rain, why wouldn't it? Oh boy. Yeah, even if Sari isn't intending to write and or look into a suicide program, it is making me think that she might do other things, like would she go as far as to using alteration of character files to try to set up MC with somebody? Would she go that far? That could lead to some ugly incidents. Anyway, moving on. Find out, etc., etc. Yeah, I know. This is me speculating out loud. This is not intended to invite people to answer the question. So 12 Doki Doki studies, 12 meetings. Yeah. Alright, moving on. There we go. Are they playing F, Marry, Kill? Like, I'd marry Mr. Takara.
He's so cute.
I know. And I'd kill Akio.
That boy is so immature. I mean, he's cute and all, but he sure is kind of selfish sometimes.
Yeah. Anyone want more cupcakes?
Yeah.
Monka happily devours a vanilla frosting cupcake. We skipped the first one tastefully. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do well at that sort of game, because I don't know, I for one, I don't want to kill anyone, and two, like that. I don't know. I have to get to know someone really well before I could be comfortable with like sex. So it's just, yeah. Um, yeah, it's wholesome Christian mod, yeah. No, it's not. There's hand holding, haha. That was Monica's mod, entirely her fault. Clothing's prime is entirely SFW. A set of all sets contains itself, haha. Yeah, anyway, moving on. This is so fun. We should hang out together more. Although really we should be studying right now. Oh, we did enough studying. 2 hours is enough for a school night. I just want to relax now. Yeah, you're right. It's just hard for me to unwind my mind sometimes. Like, even if I don't worry about studying, I'm worried about MC and Sayori. I hope they didn't feel left out. Oh, you worry too much, Sayori. Yeah, why aren't MC and Sayori here? What's this expression? Uh, they always walk home together, you know that. Yeah. They're probably fine. This is fade out, fade to black, and with accompanied by the music going out with this ominous, ominous line. Very super ominous. Oh yeah, I should probably move the move this thing back. I have a sneaking suspicion there's going to be some code appearing here in a moment. Alright, okay, let's see what happens. We'll get through this together. So, really, it's not you at all, it's me? I'm just really messed up and probably not in the right place to have a relationship. But I'm glad for the time I got to spend with you, and I hope we'll still be friends. Sure? I don't see why not. Sorry things turned out this way, Sayori. Take good care of yourself, okay? I will. I mean, this sort of sounds like the tail end of a breakup talk here. MC Sayori shippers rejoice, yeah. Kenzo doesn't seem particularly broken up about it, so to speak. Definitely this is a positive development. Yeah, thanks, Steph. Kenzo MC shippers too, yeah. Oh yeah, obviously this is cause to celebrate and not darkly ominous in its present context at all. Alright, moving on. Kenzo turns to go. Wait. Question mark? Before you go, why don't you take this? Just a little memento of us? She hands him her news. No, I'm kidding. Spooky, unfathomably based. I am not kidding when I say that there is Kenzo MC ship fan art. Wait, really? Yeah, okay. That's cool. Little memento of us. Sayori gives Kenzo her bird plushie. Wait, what? The one that's been sitting in at the back of the room like forever? Are you sure? You've had this a long time, haven't you? Take it. It's just clutter. It's been here too long. All right, if you say so. Be well, Sayori. Well, that went a lot more smoothly than expected. How nice. Rika's ... I don't ever remember feeling so free. Stupid depression hasn't bothered me at all for a while. Not since... Anyway, I should get some sleep. Busy week ahead. Bird's still there. Continuity failure. Immersion ruined. You're a terrible person. Oh, somebody noticed. Made one of those once? Hilarious. Continuity. Yep. Made one of those ones. What one of... Wait. I hope you don't mean a news. Spooky made one of the several Kenzo MC ship arts. Oh, okay. Anyway, moving on. MC walks by Sayori's house, soaking wet in the rain. Oh, yeah, it is a rainy background. I wonder what the two of them are out doing up there. Probably best not to think about it. Damn it. He looks around as though he's afraid someone heard, but the pouring rain drowns out all other sounds. Oh, is he gonna do some snooping here? This sucks. Hey, Hey, Sayori, I love you. I still keep going, not like anyone can hear this. Or care. I love you, and the thing I care about above everything else is you being happy. I wanted to be your boyfriend so I could always make sure you were happy. And I thought maybe I could make you happy. Just please be happy, okay? That's all for now? Oh, really? Well, don't forget to email Monica your questions for the club at lit.club.press.monica@gmail.com. And be sure to check the crest.txt file to see where everyone who helped make club meetings awesome with their content. Thanks for watching and playing club meetings. It's very appreciated. Much love to you for engaging with the mod. And see you next time. And it still booted me to the... booted me back to the menu again. Immersion ruined again. Never noticed the implication of that last scene. That's fun. Also now most unfortunate, silently molding. Yeah. So unimmersed. Yeah. It was the 12th episode here. Yeah. Well, there you have it. I do believe Dev made a comment. Over in the club meetings server. Shoot, where was it? You're talking about times you were available tomorrow somewhere here. Where was that? I scrolled back too far back. Okay, yeah, you're saying gone after 3 p.m. but before that would be good. So that means before 6 p.m. for me. Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. I'll probably just do this first thing after I get up then. That should work, I think. I'll sleep any idea when tomorrow for 12. Yeah, I'm hard out at 3. I can arrange my time before then as you like though. Yeah, I'm as pretty well established by now. I think I'm really bad at estimating what time I'm going to start for these things. I mean, I'll probably try to get it for early afternoon, but I can't really make any promises. It's after 2 a.m. where I am right now. And I still need to get a bite to eat before I go to bed. But basically, excuse me, I'm tired. Yeah, I want to, you know, however long it takes for me to get a bite to eat, get to bed, get a theoretically good night's sleep, and then get up in the morning and do my usual morning routine and have breakfast before I start the stream. Assuming I get 8 hours of sleep, I don't know. I'm gonna tentatively say maybe like 3 p.m. like my 3 p.m. which would be your noon, because I'm on Eastern time. I'm gonna try to aim for that, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I can get in there sooner. I mean, this one is nearly okay. So it's like 4.5 hours. So hopefully the next one will be shorter, but it's the like season finale. So I don't know. Maybe you're planning to go out with a flourish or something and do something fancy. Good night's sleep. Well, we'll see. Episode 12 is slightly shorter? Okay. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll see if I can... maybe I can see if I can get it earlier. But knowing me, it probably won't be earlier, just because I'm just generally bad at... yeah. Oh well. Anyway. Anyone worth giving a raid, maybe?
Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Afro Zero is doing Twitch Make a DDLC VOD. He's taking audience requests. It looks like, and writing a DDLC mod in real time. So that's neat. He's a ad. So yeah. Yeah, we're gonna give him a rate. So 11 is like obsidian you put close to the bed and bed. I don't get it. Anyway, wait, I think it's Afro spelled with a 0, right? There you go. Okay. All right. So yeah. Yeah, it was an eventful thing. The shipping was neat. That was fun. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of anticipated that things were going to get rough with the Siguri. I mean, it wasn't overtly rough, but it's sort of lots of foreshadowing of things about to get rough. We're gonna see how that goes tomorrow, I suppose. Sorry about seeing Minecraft. You represent Stormy's chat. Sorry, I'm squinting at this because the clicking on raid made it gray out everything. More flashbacks now. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, that's all for now. Until next time.